Now I'm good?
Now you're good.
Okay. According to our fantastic producer, Duen, I am good now. So, good evening, everybody, and welcome to tonight's episode of Once Upon a Roll, where we play Dungeons and Dragons. It's been a while since we've been here together. We have a new face, Duck, but the past couple weeks we had some scheduling issues. So it's been about 3 weeks since the whole group's been together. We did some fun one-shots in the meantime, however. So, a little bit of a recap. Last we had left off, the group, you had made your way to the coastal city of Grandor, the home of the elvish noble Esther Valin, as you know her. You're traveling to Grandor because she had some information for you. Some information pertaining to Nedadian's mother, and maybe not directly, but the slavers that held her. After a little bit of a sidetrack, about half a month spent eradicating a demon from a local monastery, no problems there, you made your way and ended up in Grandor. To find out that Esther and her betrothed, the Black Dragonborn Baljan, were not in the city, as you guys were only about 2 weeks late. They went and did other things. You guys didn't give any sort of advance notice, so you got there, they weren't there. They said they'd be back in about a couple days' time. You spent the day to walk around and take in the city a little bit, explore some things. Got a nice couple of rooms at the local inn, one of them called the Tappa Napa. And you went around, find some nice light reading material, hassled a few teenagers, just normal first day in town kind of things. And we ended with the four of you getting a little bit relaxed for a night's rest. Nerdadian and Era kind of doing a little slumber party thing where they're reading their books. Durand in the room over, and Elevorn, having just walked out of that room, leaving Durand alone with his thoughts. As Elevorn left in maybe not the best of moods, it seemed. But that's where we're picking up. So, before the night is over, if is there anything that you guys want to do before we take this long rest?
I'm fine.
Okay.
Can I find the tree?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, cool.
You had found a tree earlier in the day. You kind of made it a point to go and find one, so.
Okay, well, I'm gonna go back to that tree then.
Okay. What are you doing?
I'm just gonna take out my pendant and be like, everything's weird right now. I think I've been a porcupine with the rod, and I'm not sure what to do about that. And on top of that, I'm keeping a secret from Meridian, and I don't mean to, but I don't want her to worry or rush off or anything. So, it's really bad, and I think maybe I got her mom hurt, and I'm really worried about things. Maybe tomorrow will be better.
Okay. You spend some time talking with Luru. Darand, you just letting your emotions wash over you until you get to sleep, or?
If the earth could swallow me, it would.
Unfortunately, at this very moment, the earth cannot swallow you. But
Not
you
yet.
end up not yet. You end up finding yourself to sleep. Era, anything for you? You just
No.
all right. So the morning comes. You have one more day before Esther said that herself and Valjean would return. So the four of you wake up. What? Any business you guys want to attend to, or just a normal day around?
Can I go find like a different tavern or something?
Okay. After some time looking around, you do find a tavern. You come across a couple taverns. One that you had remembered passing by. It's across from the guild hall, and then there's another one that's closer to the docks. Which one do you want to go to?
The one near the guild hall.
Okay, so right across from the guild hall is a tavern and inn setup. It's a bit more higher class than the Tapanapa was, it would seem, and it's called simply the Hall, and it's literally right across the road from the large guild hall building, and you can see that a lot of the furnishings and the cleanliness of this tavern is well kept, and it seems like a lot of the patrons are frequent or members of the various guilds that Grandor houses.
I guess I'll just kind of go in and see if there's any kind of like board or anything with stuff on it. You know, papers or.
Okay. Looking through, there are a few postings for jobs. A lot of them are either manual label type things, or more often than not, it's a list of. You can see there are many boards here for the various guilds that Grandor calls home, and a lot of them are like what these guilds are currently looking for, what items, how much they're looking for, and what they're willing to pay for certain like raw materials or items for their crafts.
Okay, well, don't have a lot of crafting materials, so I suppose I'll just kind of sit down and or find somewhere to sit and have breakfast or whatever.
All right. So you go and you enjoy that. The cost of the meal ends up coming enough to 5 silver pieces. The rest of you, morning takes you. What are you guys doing? Anything particular for the day, or nothing special?
Mustering the courage to leave to go fish.
All right. So, do you have your fishing stuff, or do you need to purchase some?
I need to buy some.
All
How
right, not a
much is that
problem.
gonna cost me?
You make your way down to the docks, and it's very easy to spot out the buildings that sell these the fishing tackle, your lines, and everything like that. There are plenty of people right now that are just loading up the boats with nets and equipment, ready to head off. Some of the earlier boats have already made their way out onto the water to start the day's fishing. It's a very briny scent to the air on the docks, but you find a shop and pay a gold for a standard set. I mean, you're in Grandor, you can shell out more for maybe a more higher quality piece of equipment, but the standard um, set of fishing tackle with the rod, line, and everything is a single gold piece.
I am. I'm gonna get the best one. Hand
Right.
it over.
The gentleman that runs this place, you can see he's seen some time on the ocean. The skin is leathery and weathered. You can see one of the eyes is kind of that milky white kind of blindness. And you see this because he flips over an eye patch that he's wearing as you say this, like, ah. He smiles a big, almost toothless grin and walks over, grabs a small ladder and places it next to one of these shelves and goes up to the top and takes out this wooden case, drags it out, and carefully descends down the ladder, places it on the table between you, and there are some brass clasps that keep this box closed. You click, opens it up, and you can see in there are just a very fine piece of it's like in three pieces that you screw together, a fishing rod made of this smooth, polished, it looks like there's some sort of foreign like oak or mahogany type, and it's just rested in this velvet lined case. And immediately compared to just the standard stuff that is hung up on the walls, that just not much more than sticks and string, this is a piece of art.
I somehow find comfort in this. It despite everything, um, it brings me slight happiness.
So this particular with line and extra line that, even the line seems a lot stronger, thinner and stronger than the silk line that you're used to or have fished with before. The total for this kit is 30 gold.
Woo! Let's go! Irresponsible purchases.
Only 30 gold.
Hey, that might not be a lot for you, but it's hurt in my pockets.
Uh,
Okay.
as the transaction's completed, like, good fishing, friend. You look like one who's strong enough to handle what that rod can bring in.
Thank you. I can, yeah, you'd wish, I could use the luck. Hopefully my strength alone will be a little bit, something to keep my mind off things.
Between you and me, that was actually mine once upon a time. I've grown a bit old for the craft, and I can't do it justice anymore. Not many people come in asking for the very best right off the cusp. Ooh, something. There's a spot a bit of the way off the docks, near to around where the walls pierce into the sea. A little bit further down there, along the coast, is away from the rest of the hustle and bustle of the city, is a little dock I made about 15 years ago, maybe a little more. I can't quite remember. It's good fishing. Good spot to just reflect. Have some time alone away from, the sounds and smell of the city.
Yes, I think that's actually something I can use right now. I appreciate that. I'll take care of this and the spot as best as I can then.
Gives you another smile and you head out. So, with this new fishing rod in your possession, now you're just gonna head to a spot. You have a couple of options. You can see that there are some people that are currently with like wicker baskets at their side, just sitting off the docks. Some of them manning like 3 to 4 fishing rods at a time. just like having them like wedged into the wood in the docks and just waiting for a bite on any one of them. You can see places on the docks where you could actually rent out small rowing boats to take a little bit further out, and you can see that, away from where the main shipping lanes are, these individuals do go out in rowboats, and there are some people just kind of lazily drifting on the ocean with their rods cast. It's a very heavy fishing industry here in Grandor.
I'll head for his. I'll head for his spot. I think it'd be. I think it'd be good. I think it'd be perfect.
Okay, so the walls of the city do extend out into the ocean, creating a little bit like of that dock area. So to get around how we said it's outside of the city limits, you would either have to swim around it or just head out the normal way and then walk back to the coast.
I mean, I can take my time. I don't need to go like the fastest way there.
Alright. So, Era, Neridion, anything special?
I wanted to actually go to the, what was it, the guild
Guildhall?
hall?
Yeah.
Yeah. You at some point had described like fancy people, so I wanted to check that out.
I'm not sure if it was in the guild hall. It might have been. But in the guild hall, as you get there in the morning, you can see that things have already been set up, and it's already quite the amount of commotion. As you enter in, the large double doors on either side of the building are both open, and inside, it is a two-story building, but only about half of the second story protrudes out and is ended with railings and for people that can lean over from the second story up. But the main floor, as you walk in, is just this large open space that is set up with various booths and even like sort of smaller indoor structures or tents and merchant stalls. Seems like a large indoor bazaar type space where there are various guilds peddling various wares. And you can see that parts of the upstairs areas of the hall are roped off as they're probably for the private use of the guilds themselves.
I couldn't. So is there like somebody stopping me from going through? Is it just like rope?
You can go up the stairs, but then like the hallways that branch off from the like main sort of place where you can just stand and overlook the entire bazaar below you, those are the roped off sections.
Aw.
But there's nobody actively guarding them from what you
Okay,
can
sure.
see.
I wanna see everybody below me. Let's do it.
Okay. So looking out, you can see that there are a lot of the people down below. They look like they have some experience on the water, sailors, fishermen, and the like, just by their sort of garb and their attire. You can also see and smell plenty of baked goods, as well as the smell of freshly just cooked fish. There's also like where those indoor sort of large tents are set up. You can see a lot of wooden furniture crafts, chairs, tables, standing mirrors, and the like. So you're not alone, even up here. There are a couple people that are, looks like some people come here to spend their morning more well dressed than the people that you had seen leaving the Tapa Napa, but sitting at tables in this second story sort of balcony area, eating some fresh baked goods and fish from the bazaar below.
Hmm. I don't want to bother anybody because I don't want to risk getting kicked out of this area, I guess.
Well, it seems like there are
Um,
common folk here as well. Like even where you are
okay.
up there, like they're not out in any sort of out of bounds area right now.
Okay.
So that balcony area that you're standing on right now, it connects to two
Mhm.
hallways that lead like around in the second story area. Those
Mhm.
hallways are order roped off. The stairways leading up and this
Oh.
balcony area, they seem to be open.
I see. Okay. Well, let me see.
I guess just make a general perception check as you're watching people and keeping an ear out for conversation, just learning more about this area and the city in general. You do remember, I think, the person on the road that you and Elevon had approached did say that more than the nobles, it seemed like the guilds ran Grandor. Anyways, Nedadian, Elevon, after your breakfast, Elevon, what are you doing? And Nedadian, anything in general, or catching up on some reading?
I think I'll just go wander around the city. I don't know.
Okay.
Would it be possible to ask somebody in the hall, like the waitress or somebody, the bartender
Mm-hmm.
even, if there was a shop that sells like herbs or anything in town somewhere?
Yes, I believe you might be able to find some things right across the way as well. We have plenty of local merchants that rent out spaces in the guild hall that to sell their stuff. It is quite the hub for commerce.
Oh, thank you, and I will make sure that I pay her, and then I will head where she mentioned.
Okay. So you head right across the road, and what's your perception check, Era?
17.
17. So after a while of just watching and listening, you do see Elevorn come in and just kind of look around and take in the surroundings. And Elevorn, with your passive perception, you would also notice Era on the balcony there. But from what you picked up, it seems like the most prominent and influential of the guilds, which to your knowledge means of Grandor in general, is the fishing guild.
What?
What?
Interesting.
Yeah, right.
Just, yeah.
As there's a lot of like most of the commerce, most of the economy of Grandor is in its fishing industry. Whether it be like fishing, sailing as part of the mariners and the merchant marines that take up theirs, the imports and exports of the city. But ever since the Empire decided to move its sort of wartime operations out of Grandor and further south towards Brushburn and beyond, the fishing industry has really been the main reason why Grandor still exists in such a capacity today.
I guess that's respectable, I would think. Okay. Well, I'd like to approach, I guess, I guess anyone around me and ask a bit more about the guilds.
You walk up to a couple people that are finishing up their meals. And, well, what is it that you would like to know?
Well, how many guilds exactly are there in this town?
Plenty, if you include the smaller ones that don't hold a room on the upper floors here, but of the ones that do, there are uh, there are five main guilds of Grandor.
What exactly are the 5 guilds?
Well, you have the Fishing Guild, which is the largest and most influential, the most prominent. And then, in no particular order after them, you have the Merchants Guild, which is, a variant of the various merchants guilds you'll find throughout the Empire. The Mariners Guild, which involves your sailors and those that offer their blades as services and protection for cargo and merchant ships that make their way in and out. The Carpenters Guild and the Cooks Guild, which really kind of tails off of the Fishing Guild and wouldn't be as large as they are if the Fishing Guild didn't do their job, if the fish around the Grandar wasn't so damn tasty as well. As far as how they operate, that's beyond my ken.
How does one go about joining the guild, or are we allowed to visit? Just, curious person is all. Doing an article about them, something like that.
Artisans with sufficient skills in what the guilds are looking for could apply, or apply for an apprenticeship. It is not a secret society type of thing. They do accept and wish to expand their numbers to those who can add value to their guilds. If you have skills with carvings and wood, then the Carpenters Guild would probably have you very happily.
What made the Carpenters Guild stand out to you?
They are one of the main 5. I mean, if you wish to, there is a smaller group, if they even call themselves a guild, no more than a handful that do deal in shoemaking, and if your variation of woodworking is more in that direction, then more power to you.
Good at some things. I don't think carpenting is it, though.
I wouldn't imagine. Carpenting.
Have you seen these hands? They're delicate. Anyways.
He kind of looks over your attire and you and is like, I take your word for it. I try not to judge one by the outwardly appearances. You can be surprised. And I don't like being surprised.
You don't like being... On the contrary, it can be quite exciting. Don't you think? Not knowing.
I had a life with more than enough surprises. I prefer to keep 2 eyes in front of me, 1 in back. I like to know what's coming my way.
How long have you been in this town?
I've been in and out a while. I am actually attached to one of these ships that's docked in the harbor. We make frequent trips between here and Vasselholm, transporting goods, people.
Goods and people?
Well, depends. If not goods primarily, but if we have extra space and people are willing to pay for a ferry to Grandor or to Vasselholm, then who are we to say no to the money?
That's one way to keep business afloat.
So to speak, yes.
Well, let me not take any more of your time. It has been a pleasure speaking with you, though. My name is Era, by the way.
Era, nice to meet you. My name is Levelon.
Levelon. Let me ask you, what more is there to do in this town that you recommend?
It's beyond my work on these ships and spending some of my days over here in the hall, as the food here tends to be a step above most of the others. Depends if what kind of things you are into. If you could use a good read, there are quite a number of places to do so. There is a bookstore not too far from here, and if you can, during certain times of day allowed in, there is a. Have you heard of the Emerald Collective?
I have.
They do have a location here in Grandor, towards the center of the city. If you um, find them in their normal hours, and they're not at capacity, they can assist you in finding more than you could probably pick in a bookstore, and you don't have to pay. So that is, well, more than what your generosity requires. Beyond that, what kind of things are you interested in? Maybe I can help you out. Like I said, between here and Vasselholm, that's pretty much been my life for the past 7, 8 years.
Now that you mention it, the Emerald Collective is something I'm interested in. But again, I'm just here to learn about the town. Very curious about the history and the people of the town. Never knew they were so gracious.
Well, I wouldn't presume that much about everyone you encounter. There can be some shady folk in the alleyways, especially when you get to the more densely packed areas, such as the docks, especially later at night once those that don't call Grandor their home and are only just visiting get into their cups. They can be quite aggressive, I've noticed.
Aggressive.
Certain people, some people are assholes, and the docks are just kind of where traveling assholes tend to congregate.
I see. I'll probably be sure not to be there. Don't want anything to happen to me sometime soon. Again, anyways. But I digress. Which way would it be towards the Emerald Collective? You said they were at a certain time as well. Am I allowed to
They
just
should
go
be
in?
but now I'm not exactly sure on their hours. They may have changed it since I last visited. But you can't miss it. The large center, the area of the city within Grandor that has its own set of walls around it, where the town hall and the noblemen make their stay.
Noted. You visited the Emerald Collective as well? Is it
couple
often that people go
times,
visit, or
couple
just?
times. I don't know anyone in there by name, but just to look up certain things that I was curious about. Long weeks on the ocean, you start thinking about things, and the collective more often than not provided answers.
Well, let me not take up more of your time. Thank you so much for guiding
not a
and
problem.
helping me out.
Good luck at that.
Hope to see you around while I'm here in town anyways.
Gives you a nod and looks to the person across who was patiently waiting for you to finish your conversation, and they're finished with their meal. They stand and begin to head down the opposite direction of you down the stairs. Elevorn, what are you looking for here?
I wanted to see if they had, the herbs that that narrowed down found by the lake, the ones for the resting potion thingy.
Okay. Go ahead and make an herbalism kit check. As you do eventually manage to find a stall that seems to have these vials of liquids, and underneath and kind of behind off to the side, these small potted plants that are growing. Go ahead and see if you can find exactly what it is that you're looking for.
That's a 17.
17? Looking behind, you can see, and you have a couple as example for what you're looking for. So you do manage to find what looks like 3, enough for 3 doses is what this certain stall has. They also have a variety of others that you recognize. You're like, okay, I can make that's the standard healing potion stuff, and they have that in abundance. There's some other things that are used in common, like salves for treating burns, some things for treating like various amounts of like stomach pains, some to help sleep, and to even a couple as you talk with the person to prevent sleep. Anyways,
So, how much are the herbs that I was looking for?
the herbs that you are looking for, those would cost 70 gold each.
Alright, so I'll get one of those.
Okay. And after the arduous task of Elevorn counting out 70 gold in front of this merchant that's just kind of dull-eyed, staring, watching you, trying to keep patient.
52, 57. Oh, I lost the count again.
No, please do take your time.
I'm gonna kind of get impatient and just be like, here, and put handfuls of coins on the table.
Okay. You watch as the merchant quickly counts out the coin. It's like, okay. You go ahead and mark off 70 gold. Lucky that you ran in. That merchants here seem fairly honest.
Okay, thank you. And then I want to go start to make a potion right away.
Okay. So are you heading back to the tabernacle, or where are you going?
Yeah, I guess I will try to be like sneaky though. Can I go in as like a squirrel and check out the window that I left my backpack in?
Yeah. So you go in as a squirrel, sneak your way in. No one seems to bother you. And you sneak into the room, you check. Okay, Duran's not there.
No porcupines. Okay, good. And then I take out my kit and start to make the
You
potion.
don't have to worry, you're not being inappropriate right now. So go ahead and make an herbalism kit check with your wisdom, as you have done this before. So wisdom and proficiency.
Oh, that's 20 total.
20 total. All right. You got this, and you feel like which one did you? Well, regardless of which one you used, like the freshness of either having just picked it up not too long ago or just having bought it when they seem in very good condition. The plant that you use for these potions of rest, you feel like just it has to have time to sit, but in not the next day, but the morning after that should be ready.
Yay!
All right. Durand, you managed to find your way out to the area that the gentleman who sold you the rod told you. You do see this. It's nicely made. It's kind of a little bit rickety, and it's obviously that it's made from whatever wood he could just find or accumulate, but it's sturdy enough. And it has its own little charm just here isolated, extending out maybe 15 feet into the ocean. You walk out. You walk out. Maybe kick off your boots, attach the fishing rod, dip your feet into the water, and just cast out.
Yeah.
Alright. Let's go ahead and roll a straight percentile dice for me, please.
Oh. I don't even remember how to do this.
So the percentile, the 10's D10, and then a normal D10.
68.
68. So close. So. After a while, you're just sitting there, kind of with your own thoughts. Is there anything that you're doing? Do you want to describe Durand at all right now, or just fishing?
I'm just taking it all in, letting my worries sink away with the line.
Alright. And you just kind of focus a little bit. Just your thoughts just begin to drift. And, you know, you kind of take in as you watch one of these fishing trawlers just on closer to the horizon, but just kind of make its way across your line of sight. And you just idly sort of watch it as maybe takes from horizon to horizon for you watching maybe like 30, 40 minutes, but all the while you're just, doing your thing. And after a while, you even forget that you are holding a line. It's just kind of just there, and you're just there with your thoughts and the sound of the breeze, the ocean. You can sort of hear a little bit of commotion beyond the walls of Grandor, like the kind of chatter of dock workers yelling, but too far to make anything out, and even that sort of adds to the nice white noise ambiance. So much so that you're kind of jolted when you do get a tug on the line.
Whoa.
And after a while, go ahead, just roll a straight d20 for me. Add wisdom, as you know, this is some feel thing, an instinctual kind of battle between you and this fish that has taken your bait.
Uh, 17 total.
17 total. Yeah, so this battle that you have, you can feel it. The response and reaction that you have when you like tug on a line. You instinctually first you pull harder than you probably should have because you're used to much lower quality fishing equipment. But this one is responsive, and you almost even strain the line so much, and you just get a better feel for it. Like every slight angle twist of the wrist pull on it that you do, it is almost amplified by this fishing rod and the line attached to it. And so you're just able to make these small adjustments and just guide the fish closer to you as you are pulling in on it, and then out of the water and flopping with a wet slapping impact on the dock beside you is this maybe 1.5 2 foot long, about 10 to 12 pound saltwater bass.
Nice.
Wendy?
I would normally just let it go, but I mean, I suppose it doesn't hurt to try to keep it to sell it or eat it.
Okay. So you realize that you don't have anything to keep it in unless you want to put this fish in with the rest of your stuff.
Shit. Well, I mean, if that's the case, then fuck it, I'm letting it go.
Okay. I mean, you could just carry it back if you wanted.
Oh, I suppose. What can I put it in?
Want to make everything in the bag of holding smell like fish for a while?
Well, I mean, yeah, fuck it. Just go in.
Hopefully you don't forget about it. Alright. So,
Add fish. Bass. Bass.
alright. So, before we get to the next day when you guys are supposed to meet up with Esther and continue the search for these slavers and Nerdion's mom, what do you guys want to do?
A whole day of fishing? I got one fish?
Okay, calm down. You did get more. That was the largest catch. The other ones were mackerel or smaller, just smaller things that offer just more more valuable in the tranquility that they provided you than the actual value of the fish.
Okay, so let it go. Okay, fine. Gotcha.
That was the catch of the day for you.
Woo.
All right.
I'm
So,
good.
what are you doing? Are you going to try to attempt to sell it, or are you going to try to have it cooked, or what?
I can try to bring it to Ella to see what she could do with it.
Okay. Hopefully, it's not too traumatizing for her. But anyways, so heading back in, Elvorn, you are working on your potion here as Durand enters the room.
Hey, so I went fishing and I caught something. I figure since you've been cooking a lot, maybe do you want to try to make something with it?
Yes, sure. Of course I can do that.
So what do you do?
Oh, I found some of those herbs to make those potions that let us rest faster, in case we need it. And I was making one of the potions, just in case.
Oh, very nice. How's it coming out?
Pretty good so far, I think.
Wait, what time is it?
At this point, maybe mid-afternoon.
Okay. So yeah, I'll just
You guys want, you want her to cook the fish. If Elvorn's willing to assist with preparing a meal out of this large saltwater bass you made, you well, they can't exactly just start cooking in the middle of the city. You lead her back to where you were fishing.
I
and
didn't want
sort
to bug her if she was doing something.
Well, she's been working on it for a few hours now, at least. So it seems like she's set. Like, time wishy-washy right now. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
But you guys do end up heading out there towards that dock as you're maybe about an hour or two off sunset, but the sort of amaranths and oranges begin to take the sky. The ships are all, beginning to all make their way back to port as you guys get a fire going. It's warm enough out as it is approaching summertime, but the fire is still comforting.
So I'll start to get out my cook's utensils and my pots and pans and stuff.
Okay.
And kind of like, hold up the fish and be like,
Ah.
and then I'll like clear my throat and put it down, and
Well,
start.
I can help
figure out-
with that. So, I mean, like, I can try to handle the fishy parts so that really all she does is maybe just season it and put it in.
Oh, okay. So then I'll start to chop up some carrots and potatoes and stuff.
So, Durand.
Yeah.
As you and Elvorn are sort of working together on, like, sitting down or on your knees over these cook's utensils that you're sharing and passing back and forth as she's preparing the vegetables, and you are just knife in hand. you're like, the kind gesture that you made belies your. You have. How do you fillet a fish?
Go.
So go ahead, make a cook's utensils check. You're not proficient, so this would be just d20 plus your dexterity. To fillet the fish properly, get the 2 fillets off of it, and avoid, cut properly along the spine and the bones of the fish to get the clean fillets, the clean steaks out of the fish. Yeah, I
Okay.
watch YouTube videos at like 2 in the morning.
This is where this is coming from. Understandable. +0, but the roll is nice. 13.
13? Okay. Not the cleanest. You do end up leaving out some sizable portions of the steak as you have to sort of recut along to get a cleaner cut of the fillet, but still, even with the mishaps, more than enough for you, and if Elevon would partake her as well. I'm not sure if she's into fish, but no bones in it, so there you go.
Oh, good, I don't get to die.
Yeah.
Not today.
But by the time you finish that and okay, you did it. The smell of the boiling, steaming, roasting vegetables is already wafting around you and making your stomach growl a bit. The fish is added, seared in a sort of skillet over the fire that Elevon has to a nice sort of blackened exterior, but very tender and rich and moist on the inside, sort of just locks in the flavor. Elevon, can you make a cook's utensils check? Just to see if you get the seasoning just right. So you are proficient, so this would be wisdom with you. Cooking is more of a feel type thing than a calculated endeavor.
It's proficiency in wisdom, right?
Yes. As you're not doing anything that requires like dexterity or anything, it's just that feels like the right amount of seasoning for this size.
So it's 23 total.
Okay. Yeah, it is. By the time it's done, Duran, you are just salivating for this fish, and the combination of it's something that you caught, that you and Elevon made, and it's just sweet and delicious. It's all just the culmination of like all good things coming together to make a good thing. And Elevon just kind of watches Duran just takes it, just digs in, and just almost like he tries to start off a bit modestly, but your hunger combined with just the rich flavor of the fish and Elevon's cooking, you just kind of go at it a little bit more ravenously than you had intended. Not to the point of savagery, mind you, but just a little bit eager to eat this fish.
So it's okay?
Oh, it's more than okay.
More is better, yes?
Very much so, yes.
Okay, good. I was kind of nervous. I haven't cooked one of those before. Seemed like you did a good job with it, though. It was kind of weird how it was just kind of looking at me. I wasn't sure what to do with it.
Yeah, I had my reservations about maybe or maybe not even bringing it up, but I don't know. I suppose I just took a chance.
Well, I mean, you got it, right? So, and it wasn't alive, because otherwise that would be kind of weird, you know. So kind of wasteful to just like kill it and then not do something with it.
I know. I mean, I remember you've mentioned it before, but I suppose it doesn't make it any less awkward in the moment of thinking about it. But just the combined effort, it's, well, I guess a bit selfish of me to say, but quite worth it on my part.
So you had a good day today?
A bit more. It was relaxing. That's probably what I would call it.
Well, that is a good day. You need to do that more. You hardly ever relax because you're always worried about something or saving the people or, you know.
Yeah, I mean, yes, it was a good day. But how was yours?
Well, I was able to find some of those herbs, so, you know, I can make that potion. So that's good.
Right, yeah. I should probably save some for the others. Maybe.
I mean, should you?
Jeez. I'm making a lot of spontaneous decisions today. I guess I won't. I'm easier to convince today too, seemingly.
It is like, a rest day.
Yeah, I guess I shouldn't get too used to it though. I believe they'll be coming. Baljan will be here soon.
Maybe. Or maybe they'll be like busy having conversations or something. That's
Yeah.
what Cele said, right?
Yeah, conversations.
So maybe you'll be able to rest more. It'll be good. Well, I mean, even if they get here sooner, though, that might be better.
I'll just try not to think about it for the moment. I guess it's a bit sudden, since I'm being crazy or whatnot. Durand is going to Hagelavorn.
Oh.
Oh. Well, this is nice. And so we'll come back.
So, sorry.
Does this mean I'm not in porcupines with you?
In Porcupines.
Yeah, you said it was in the porcupine to like go see Nerdion and Hera the other last night, and so then I thought it was, you know.
I'm not even.
Inappropriate. In the porcupine.
You know, I'm not even thinking about yesterday. Yesterday didn't even happen. I'm not concerned. There's no, Mello, no porcupines between us.
Okay, that's good, because I was really worried.
I thought you were gonna try to correct that.
Yeah,
Try to explain.
Now you have secret codes. Like you're just learning to speak Elevorn. Like it's not even. It's just a new language.
It's on my character sheet, dude. It's one of my languages.
Elevor. Eventually, Drond is gonna write a book that, one of those translation books.
Yeah.
Elevor.
Elevorn, the Common Dictionary.
Yeah.
In a porcupine, inappropriate. It would be very inappropriate to be in a porcupine.
Drond even know it's inappropriate?
I remember what I said.
Yeah. Anyways, so you guys go about the rest of your day, exploring a bit more of the city, picking up some little bits of knowledge on it here and there, but eventually you're all back at the Tapanapa. Long rest, sleep away from meeting up with Baljan and Esther. Anything before that? Going once?
I guess I would.
Is there anything else that you wanted to do
wait.
before this, or what's up?
Mm, would I be able to check out the Emerald Collective?
Sure. What are you looking for? Anything in particular, or just checking it out?
For now, just checking it out.
Okay. So when you would have entered it, it would have been earlier in the afternoon. The portcullis and the gates that lower around the inner portion of the city are currently open. You do recall, as later last night, as you were heading back to the Napa, that they were closed. So it does seem like this inner portion where you can see these nicer houses and estates, as well as this large building that seems to have three wings, two ones on either side and one central jutting out of it, that you recognize, or not recognize, but identify from markings as the town hall for Grandor. Beyond that is a much smaller building by comparison, and that is the Emerald Collectives. It's nothing compared to what is in Vasselholm. That is still the largest Emerald Collective building that you have seen, but this one is more modest. It has the feel of your local library, kind of, but as you go in, you see that you're able to be accommodated. Doesn't seem like there are too many other people here. It is a single-story building, but it has multiple sections to it. You can see that you walk in and you're in this sort of reception area where you are met with the green and sort of brass or gold trimmed robed, the uniform of the Emerald Collective, a meter there to greet you and assign you basically an escort, one of the other members of the collective, to sort of shadow you as you go about your business. But you walk past that into the first wing of this library area, and you can see that beyond that there is a back wall with another set of doors. You even watch as a couple people walk through those doors, and then you can see beyond that even another set of doors. So it seems like these sections of this library are partitioned off in that way. But as a simple guest with no reason for having access to the more secretive or locked away sections of this library, you're only allowed access to this first area. Is there anything that you're looking for in particular, or just kind of anything that Era's
No, I just wanted
curious
to
about?
just wanted to look into the area or I get a feel to see if they were open or what time they were open, so I can
Okay. So you
Refer
can
back to
you ask,
later.
yeah, you ask the one that's shadowing you and just sort of watching you as you go about your business. We normally, right from around midday to sundown is when we allow guests within the library. Outside of that is um, by appointment, or more often than not is that is when the order of the the collective itself does its. We take our time to do our study and our training.
I see. Well, there's no other reason. I really just wanted to check out the location and
Oh,
just curious, really. Uh, I've visited the one in Vasselholm, but somehow
I've
I
heard
feel like I
that
like
is.
this one better.
I've only been
Mhm.
there once before, to undergo a little bit of study that this place could not afford us, and that place is majestic, huge. I am surprised to hear that you prefer this, our quaint little version.
Has a different feel to it, but regardless, thank you for showing me around.
Oh, not a problem. Hey, it's just one of the easier um supervisory tasks I've had all day, so thank you.
Sounds like not a lot goes on. Well, aside from the studying, nice to have a different pace every once in a while.
Indeed, and I don't regret it. The things that we learn here in the collective go beyond just the books on the shelves, but I shouldn't get too far into it. Matters of the order and whatnot.
Of the order?
Well, uh, the collective, I should have said. Sorry. Um, we're more than just bookkeepers here. We do train physically, spiritually, emotionally, and mentally.
How long have you been training for?
I I quite new here, to be honest. Only um about three and a half years.
Has a lot changed for you since then? Oh, from before?
Gotten a lot smarter, in many ways wiser as well. I've seen the potential for what I could be, what I could unlock, not only mentally with the knowledge that I find in the halls, but physically as well. I've cut down a bit of weight since I joined. That the training of this place will do it to you. So at least for that, I am grateful.
Uh, Hard to say. My experiences have definitely changed me recently. But I do love the atmosphere of, I don't know, just being surrounded by so much knowledge, many different things, different topics, different genres.
Ah,
It's always something to look back to, but ooh,
you are a
depending
seeker
on
of
the
knowledge, then it is not. It is rare, especially in a place such as this, that find one such as yourself. Might I ask a bit after your background?
well, I come from a family of jewelers. My dad was actually an adventurer, but I kind of do something similar. I kind of like to go around and visit towns, locations, and just learn about the history. I have such fascination with learning where people come from, the things about the empire. I don't know. I like landscaping as well.
There's enough for many lifetimes if that is your goal. It does sound fun, dangerous, perhaps, but it's an exciting kind of life. I do know of some members of the collective that do similar things. They go out and search for rare knowledge that might be either dangerous or secret and hidden, and they bring it back to the libraries and That sounds a lot like what you were doing and what I'm aspiring to be as well.
3 years of dedication. Don't cut yourself short.
Still so much
Sure.
more for me to learn. If I went out a day's travel beyond Grandorn, I'd be the meal of some wolves, I promise you.
No, but your job is more important. You hold knowledge and pass it whenever possible, but you keep it safe. Whether it's a dangerous secret or just something, I don't know, something about history or language, you know? Um, I feel that's more important than just some brazen person with a sword. Yeah, it's good to follow direction, but what you do here, it matters.
Well, I appreciate you in more way than one. This has been a very pleasant experience for me. Not just the fact that I didn't have to wait for 3 hours as you pored over some book about fishing for the 18th time this week, and you can see like PTSD sort of washes over him a little bit. Anyway,
Right.
sorry about
uh,
that.
no, not at all. I can kind of understand. I mean, you know, fishing's good and all. Fish can be good, but it doesn't have the. I just don't really care about fishing.
I mean, I haven't fished a day in my life, and I know more about it than some of the workers on the docks. I promise you that just from overhearing or looking over the shoulder of those who come in to read up on it day in and day out.
What kind of things, or rather, books interest you? You talk about fishing, but you said not enough people search or look for.
I'm more interested in the sciences, specifically the sciences of the body, and a little bit on how the energies of the body works and reacts and responds to the energy of the worlds and the planes beyond the worlds. That sort of inner key is what we call it. And understanding that and being able to feel and understand that in myself and others, perhaps. And that comes from not only knowledge of our monastic training, but also just how the body is wired, how it works, the science and medical practice, and all of that behind it. So there's not much on the subject, and very much is theoretical at this point, as it's a little bit taboo to certainly just um, open up somebody for the purposes of seeing what's inside, right? And it's hard to do that with someone that is living as well. And it's a bit of a morbid thought, I understand, and I'm rambling a bit, but that is, I guess, where my curiosities lie. What makes this work? And we can't exactly see it from the outside.
Oh, I see.
Too much?
No, not really. Surprising, but intriguing all the same. Well,
Well-
if I have any more information, I don't know who I'm talking to. May I have your name?
My name is Hill. Like, almost a mountain, but not quite. I've never forgiven my parents.
The name's Arabelle.
Well, it is certainly nice to meet your acquaintance, Arabelle.
Likewise. But I have people to meet up with.
I shall not keep you then. Please allow me to escort you back to the entrance.
Sounds good.
Okay, so Hill brings you back to the entrance. You go ahead, and eventually later on in the evening, as you guys are ready for rest, you are all in the Tapanapa at the same time. Anything before we get back to Esther and Valjean when they come back to Grandor.
Split the party, split the party, split the party.
I will fight
Will you? Will you?
He probably would.
Probably would.
He'd drive the fucker over here and be like, you motherfucker.
Yeah, it's happened before.
Larry hasn't stolen anything in ages.
The itch. The itch to steal.
So Eleanor's going to go find the tree and then walk through the vessel hole.
What? Why are you doing this to me? All right, what are you doing? What are you
I'm
doing?
kidding.
She's trolling. She's trolling. She got you though.
Okay, so you guys get a nice long rest. Fuck you, I'm taking control. And the morning comes. There's a knock on your door, Durand, and a knock on each of your doors. As you guys kind of groggily make yourselves awake and answer the door, and standing there is Valjean. Good morning.
Good morning.
You look back out the window in your room and you can see the sun isn't even up yet.
Oh, that's rude.
How early is it?
It is perhaps an hour and a half before sunrise. I just wanted. You told me you were staying here. Giving your descriptions to the innkeep. You know, not many people fit your descriptions, so it was easy enough for me to find out which rooms were yours. Anyways, I wanted to inform you that Esther and I have returned to Grandor. I wasn't sure how urgent you felt our meeting would be, but anytime you're ready, we are ready to meet.
Is Ella in the room?
Sure.
Okay. So I was gonna say, it's urgent. Let's go.
I was gonna say if Neri is awake, it's urgent.
I'll go wake
Is
her up.
Neri awake?
I'll go
Is
wake her
Neri
up.
awake? How is it urgent to Neri Dion?
It doesn't matter. It's urgent. I'll go get her.
Drag her, drag her there. Like you know when you would fall asleep when you were younger on like in the living room or something, and then wake up in your bed.
Yeah.
That's gonna be Neri, but like opposite.
She's gonna wake up in a different building.
Yeah. She fell asleep in her bed, and she's gonna wake up and be like, "Where the fuck am I?"
What did I do last night?
What kind of magic bullshit is this? Alright, so you guys wake up, you follow Valjean down.
We don't.
And what?
Do we though?
I guess you don't wake up, but you do follow Valjean down. You gather your thing. You head to the area in the center of the city. By the time you get there, by the time you pass through, and by the time you walk in, it's not quite the jeweled crozier of Vasselholm. And Era, were here just yesterday, but there is a large town hall building, maybe like 3 stories high. And somehow, Era, it avoided your gaze now, but you do see that there is, in the stone on one of these wings, on the northernmost wing of the town hall, carved in is the symbol of the Phoenix Academy. Your eyes didn't quite look up that high before. Not the best passive perception.
Oh.
You guys are walking in a different direction. So it seems like this town hall building, at least that wing or a part of it, is where the Phoenix Academy. So they don't have a tower, they have a section of this town hall building.
See.
But you guys are heading in the other direction, towards an estate that is very nice, very opulent. Stone walls surround it. It is 2 stories high, a little bit modest compared to some of the other estates around, but still very opulent. And you can see a lot of the sort of filigraphy of the metals that make up the tops of these stone walls, and the embroidery of inner details are very elvish in their designs, very smooth, curving, swooping details and designs in the architecture. But you enter and you can see that dressed in full garb, not too far away as Baljan is let past with maybe a little bit of a passing sort of sneering glance of this servant butler looking person as you walk into the marbled floor interior. Not far away in a sort of waiting room on a large velvet couch sits in very nice dress Esther, the long-haired blonde elf woman with the black highlight that runs down the side of her hair. Good morning, friends.
Good morning.
Takes a little glass of wine that she has and takes a sip. It looks like she hasn't drank much from it, but maybe just poured it. You look awake.
As much as can be, I suppose.
Need a little bit of something to get the juices flowing. I would hate for you to not be fully cognizant for what I must tell you.
No, it's alright, but
As a matter of fact, let's as the place where I must take you for to tell you this information is it would be some time, a little bit of time before we can make our way there.
What are you offering though for, for there?
Oh, we have assortment of teas, liquor, wine, if you're that kind of person. And she raises her own glass of wine, takes a sip.
Not this early. Maybe tea.
Early for you. It's been quite the night. And she calls over the servant person who approaches and she says, tea, please, would you? It's like, yes, milady. And he heads off in a direction towards what you imagine is the kitchen. You can see him as well is seems a bit younger. It's hard to tell the age with elves, but he does seem elvish as well.
I would like to request a breaker.
Hmm?
A breaker.
Oh, a break. Okay, fine. It was like 10 minutes early, but sure. All right,
That's for...
we'll take a break. Be back at 10:05.
Okay.
But ish.
One day you'll play.
I hit it.
All right, welcome back. Anyways, jumping into it, you guys get your tea. You guys get whatever drinks that you wish are provided to you with haste from Esther's butler. Before, what I have to tell you, I cannot say here, and there is a informant of mine who I believe you should meet. Valjean, dear, could you grab my bag? And Valjean just sort of nods, of course, and goes off for a while. Within 5 minutes, you guys are back out into the open air, the early morning air of this late spring day. It's crisp, it's cool being right here on the coast. It's quite refreshing. And the early signs of the sun rising are just beginning to color the horizon. As you begin to make your way out of this central area, Esther, still in this sort of noblewoman's dress, looking very proper. You can even see that as you're walking, some of the people that have gotten a very early start to the day seem to recognize her and either keep a bit of a berth out of respect or give acknowledging nods or bows to her, which she responds courtly with nods as she proceeds. Once you get beyond the walls of this inner area of the city, you begin to head westward, further into the city, progressively getting into a slightly more shady part of the city. At one point, Esther dips into an alley, crosses through an alley, and you guys kind of follow her. And as she's walking, she strips off the dress that she is wearing to reveal a plain tunic and sort of worn trousers beneath the dress that she was wearing. She folds it up, takes the bag from Valjean, stuffs it in, removes a sort of bowler hat from inside, ties her hair up and places it on her head. And by the time you guys emerge on the other side of the alleyway, she's unrecognizable from the prim and proper noble woman that you were following a couple minutes before.
Well,
She leads you to a shop. Looks like it has just opened for the day, or is just opening up, but it already seems to have a couple patrons in there. And as you enter the shop, it's very simple, and it seems to be a rug merchant of some sort. You can see rugs rolled up, leaned against a corner. There's also like sort of drapery and curtains, all types of basically cloth-based furnishings. There are rugs hanging to their full length along the walls, but it's not that large of a shop, and it's sort of wedged between two other buildings in a long row of buildings that are just pushed up next to each other. The proprietor of this shop, as well as even it seems like some of the patrons who seem to be doing some very early morning rug shopping, seem to recognize Esther and Valjean. She gives them a greeting. Good morning. And could you please? And the shopkeep, right away, madam. And he pulls out a ring of keys from his belt, goes over to one of the walls that, to your surprise, kind of he moves aside one of these rugs that is hanging there to reveal a door. He unlocks it and opens it up for Esther and the rest of you. And as it enters, you're hit with this sort of wave of what smells like sort of slightly stale but still a bit sweet cigar smoke, as well as the gentle sounds of music. Walking through, you can see that this place holds a stairway up to a second floor, and many tables that are set up and are just loaded, stacked with gold and silver pieces, as many individuals ranging in their attire from wealthy seeming to sort of maybe wealthy at one point, but having worn down clothing and attire. But it seems like there's a lot of people that are playing cards, different games of chance, and just in general gambling. Esther
more
begins.
sophisticated Fight Club, I guess.
Well,
Always up to no good.
it's just one of my projects.
Ah, this many?
It's, well, other than the Blood Menagerie, which, due to recent events, is not currently up and running at this moment. This is the only other one.
I see. Ever busy.
Go into a little more detail once we have a bit of privacy. And she walks up to, and behind a very small counter. It's almost like it serves as a bar, but it's not a proper bar. There are like crates and a few shelves of bottles of liquors and ales, and like the key to my quarters upstairs, please. And he's like, "Yes, absolutely, ma'am." And he hands her a small brass key, which she takes courtly and begins to head up the stairs. Baljan, dear, could you find our friend and send him up? I was like, yes, ma'am. Please. No need for formalities. Maybe not in private, but certain appearances must be maintained, dear. And they share smiles as she begins to head up the stairs. You guys following her?
Yes.
Yeah.
Those berries.
It's not
Yeah.
like an opulent setup. It does seem like the interior of here is a bit more lavish and a little bit more furnished than what you had seen the type of furnishings in the store that you had entered from. And another thing that you notice here is that this part of the building, it doesn't have any doors that seem to lead to the outside. There are no windows, and the only other exit that you see is another door on the other side of the room. But you follow her up the stairs, and at the top of this stairs, it's a very small landing that simply leads to a single door that she unlocks and opens, and leads inside to a not small but not overly large room that has a few shelves with some books and scrolls and some neatly stacked pieces of parchment of different tones and textures, as well as it seems a few chairs around the outside of the large table. And then she walks over and starts to slowly go through the pieces of parchment that are stacked on her desk.
I presume this is safe enough away from everyone?
Yes, feel free to speak. We are, I wouldn't say amongst friends, but well enough out of any prying eyes or ears.
Thank you for, helping us and seeing us. And
Absolutely. You have most certainly earned it, and you have been good friends and allies to, well, probably more Beljan, but I would like to think myself as well.
of course we consider you. I mean, you know, not out of turn, of course, but
She takes off as you're talking, she takes off the bowler hat and lets her hair sort of fall to its um, full natural length. Anyways, as you astutely observed, Durand, I do have certain mm, enterprises set up that might be a little less than legal. You see, the people that find their way here are interested in gambling away their wealth in exchange for perhaps the chance to earn more. And while you could go to any pub or tavern in the city to do so, doing so with especially large sums of money can draw danger. And so I set up this place for certain high stakes gamblers to come and safely wager their coin against others. The patrons that you saw in the store there are actually individuals that have been hired to guard this place. So you remember the rug shoppers from the store next door?
Well, that seems really smart. Hmm.
Well, they do come through in shifts as to not arise suspicion, but it is you try to be careful, and if we're not, then we would not attract certain individuals that have knowledge or information. You see, the reason why I set this place up as well as the Blood Menagerie is for the acquisition of such knowledge, and it is through this place and a certain keen individual who I hired earlier that I was able to find information that might assist you on your endeavors. And she looks to Neridion.
I'm just gonna look at her curiously and wait for her to continue, I guess.
So I suppose. And at that point, as you're talking, there's a small knock on the door, and without a wait for an answer, it cracks open as you can see a cleanly dressed, um, sort of middle-aged tiefling man enters the room. He has a nice full beard and is fair-skinned, almost like that of a fair-skinned human, with kind of smaller, a little bit stubbier horns than that of Era's one horn. And he enters, closes the door behind him, and looks to the rest of you. Ah, Demetrius. I'm sorry for having you in here at such an early hour, but you understand.
Good morning, madam. And I would like to prop myself and lean up against the doorframe.
Okay. The informant, she motions to Demetrius, of which I mentioned earlier. Met him some time ago in a faraway city, and he caught my eye. He's proven himself quite trustworthy and quite capable. He provides the music and the atmosphere for the guests downstairs and puts them in a more calm mood, maybe a little bit looser with their coin. But no matter, he, over the weeks, over the past couple months, has been listening, overhearing conversations that they have that they think they're having in privacy. It is very easy to overlook the help, as it were. She gives a small wink to Demetrius. Anyways, down to business, I suppose. A while ago, not long before Beljean reached out to you with the word that we had information concerning these slavers, this organization, we did overhear and look into some curious bit of information that was spoken. And it seems like one of our patrons, one frequent visitor to this place, had some knowledge of at least a part of this organization. Unfortunately, when we attempted to find him later, he had seemed to disappear, and I haven't seen him since. I don't have exactly the most intricate web of informants, but enough for it to seem odd that he would just vanish. Rumors going around saying that he was murdered, but there's been no confirmation of that, nor any real motive. But that is neither here nor there. He spoke of caravans, of individuals entering a city to the north of here. Now, normally these words would not necessarily hold much weight if it were not for the destination. A city that for the past 5 months or so has been, for all intents and purposes, locked down. Word is that a plague has taken the city, and no one is allowed out, and very few people travel in. But however, with some frequency, these caravans that seem to be carrying people enter the city. I don't have any eyes or ears within, as those who go in do not come out, as the city is attempting to maintain, contain this plague. The only thing that we have, other than some confirmation based on a few scraps of clothing that were found and confirmed to be made of all things, camel fur, pretty much lining up with our suspicions of these being slaves purchased by individuals or a certain individual within the city, is a name of the contact. The purchaser, we think. A half-elf by the name of Dene Lavelle. Beyond that, I'm sorry.
Out of
Yeah.
character, can you write it into chat?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Actually, Duck, would you mind?
What?
The name of the half-elf, Dene Lavelle, could you post that into Eden?
Yeah, 1 second. Let me try to remember the code.
So, I should just be able to copy-paste it from our chat. Anyways. Now, I do have a little bit more information. The very simple aspects of how this organization works. No details. Unfortunately, we were not able to discern any specific location within the Verdity Desert where they are holding these slaves, but I felt like this information was enough to warrant reaching out to you. But forgive me, but before I divulge more, there is something I must ask, a favor of you.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. I wasn't expecting this to be just one-way information and stuff like that, so...
I'm not trying to ransom this information by any means, but setting up this place and the Blood Menagerie, and it has been an effort that I have been working towards for some number of years now. And with you having the unique problem that you are having and the goal that you have before you, I see the opportunity of our goals to align. For my favor, my request, what I want from you, capable individuals, I want this organization destroyed. I do not simply want these slaves freed. I do not simply want a single slave freed. I want Their entire operation crumbled. Every mine shaft they have built collapsed. Every quarry they have dug out sufficiently and completely eradicated.
Well, that doesn't sound too bad at all. I'm all up for it. I don't think people should be slaves after all.
So do we have an agreement then? A deal?
At least on my part, yes. And I'll just look at the others.
Not a point I
Demetrius,
want to argue.
you'll have my help with whatever you need.
Very good. It is. Never mind. So, the way that these slavers operate, they work in different organizations, different groupings of people that work towards their greater purpose. Many of them who operate independently of each other and don't even know of others that are a part of this grander scheme. From what we have been able to piece together over the months, what I have been able to piece together over the years, is that there are a certain number of different um, divisions of these slavers. You have these scouts, the ones that will find potential targets, ones that either look able of body or ones that nobody will miss or go looking for. You have the lurers, the ones who devise the schemes, the plans to acquire the targets that the scouts have identified, from as simple as snatching one off the street to more intricate schemes. The procurers are the ones who take the information, the scheme laid out by the lurers, and actually do the grabbing, the taking and seizing of the individuals that have been targeted. The procurers will then hand them off to the deliverers, who will transport them either to the desert or, more likely than not, to another line of deliverers that will eventually end up in the slave camps. Cannot say how many chains or lines or hands of deliverers are passed over before they get there, but the way they set it up is in such a way that if you find one of them, it does not necessarily guarantee that you find the entire organization. Just frustratingly organized. But unless you have questions, this is the information that I was able to gather for you. Now, the city is about a week's travel north of here, not too far before you reach the Cragsaw Mountains and the pass which across lies the desert itself. It is a large city, perhaps the size of Brushburn, if not a little smaller. It's the city of Worthy.
Uh, well, I am a little bit worried about the plague that is going on over there. Is it how do you have any idea how infectious it is? How
As I
is
said,
it?
nobody has come out for my knowledge. They are trying to contain it, keep it within the city walls. All I know is that for one reason or other, this Dene Lavelle individual is having slaves brought to the city.
It's kind of weird bringing slaves into a city that is supposed to be plagued, but
I'd like to chime in.
Okay.
The plague could very well be a ruse. We don't
It is
know,
a possibility, but we have no confirmation as nobody has left Worthy for the past near half year. That would be something for you to confirm.
What if it's a plague
Is
of
there?
snake people?
Sorry, what are you saying, Alaborn?
I just said, what if it's a plague of snake people?
what kind of plague that could be then, Loveborn? Maybe.
Is there a particular is it just random people that are being taken missing, things like that? Is there maybe a pattern to that, or have you looked into that?
The pattern of those that are taken, it is difficult. There is no short number of souls in the Empire who could just disappear without a trace, or could disappear and those that would notice, their voices fall on deaf ears. Unfortunately, there are plenty of individuals who make for good targets for these slavers. They tend to avoid those whose disappearance would cause unrest or notice, and they don't tend to um, pluck individuals at such a rate in such a space where it would arise suspicion.
Out of character question.
Yes.
This is the disappearances are not in this town. It's in the town over, correct?
Well, they're not talking about disappearances. She kind of explained
well.
the system of the thing, but it's not people being taken away to be slaves. It's somebody is purchasing slaves from these slavers and sending them to Worthy.
I see.
So you're not looking for necessarily one of the slavers, this individual, this Dene Lavelle. You're looking for a buyer of slaves. For whatever reasons that might be.
Well, not to be morbid, but just straight out of my head, they're being taken for something. They're either being sacrificed or to be experimented on. And I guess for a brief moment, it was kind of like I was kind of confused bringing that up myself, but it's probably due to the conversation I had with like the Emerald Collective, who mentioned, I don't know, it gave Era a weird feeling where I don't know, you know, somebody talking about like learning about the body, but you know.
Yeah.
Anyway, so yeah, I just tossed those ideas and kind of go lost in thought for a bit, I guess.
Aldebaran is just looking at Dara like, what is wrong with you? And also very uncomfortable because of the snake people, so she's just like so uncomfortable.
Well, we won't know until we actually get in there and find anything out, so I suppose the earlier the better.
one more thing, as I would very much appreciate if you would allow Demetrius here to accompany you. He is very capable. I assure you, he has talents that could aid you.
Yes, okay.
What kind of talents?
Doesn't matter. Let's just take him and go.
I
Hmm.
wouldn't mind the hand. Does he? Well, Demetrius, are you comfortable with knowing what you know and coming with us?
That's never stopped us before.
Well, I'm asking Demetrius if he's okay with what we're heading into.
But how can he know what we're heading into? We don't know what we're heading into. I'm sorry, I'll be quiet now.
I will follow
Is-
you.
Okay.
I will lend a hand.
Very well. I will say that time may be of the essence. Obviously, you have your goals and objectives, and I'm sure you do not wish to waste time in accomplishing those. So I will be brief as I ask for a moment's time alone with Demetrius.
Of course.
I will unperch myself from the frame of the door and walk around towards Esther.
All right, as the rest of you file out of the room.
One
What?
question before I go. It sounded very personal about getting rid of this organization. Might I ask why?
Does
as
it really
everybody
matter?
waits in-
There's flavors and stuff like that, so does it really matter?
I'm curious.
She seems to pause. Well, I suppose the thought of it started around the time that I learned of them. I used my connections to actually find them at some point many, many years ago before they became as guarded and sophisticated as they are now. That is when I, bought Baljan his freedom and traveled back with him. That was very long ago.
Hmm.
But with a lifespan such as mine, at times things grew dull. At times things grew monotonous or boring, and if the opportunity to do something exciting shows itself and at the same time serves a good purpose and a good challenge, it might not be the most noble of causes, but I am admittedly not the most nobles of nobility.
Well, that's fair. I will take it as, I believe your heart is in the right place.
And I know yours is as well. You learn something about someone once you have danced with them.
Yeah, I guess.
And Durand leaves.
Yeah.
That's just like looking at the doorway as you all leave with a small, coy smile on her face. The door closes, and it's just you, Demetrius, and Esther in the room. And the two of you have a conversation. Not later, Demetrius exits and comes down to join the rest of you.
So we're gonna need some potatoes, right?
Ah,
All right.
maybe?
So, you guys take the day or some time to purchase provisions for the travel. Anything specifically that you guys want to stock up on, or is it rations, or what are you guys buying? It is, as she said, a week's travel from here to Worthy. Just a little bit longer in distance-wise as the travel between, say, Brushburn and Vasselholm.
Just rations for Neridion.
Okay. How many days of rations are you guys buying?
Or whatever, how long it takes to get there and stuff.
Okay.
Could Ella get potatoes and maybe some dried fish? Do they dry
Okay.
fish?
Yeah, there's plenty of that. Plenty of dried fish.
Fish jerky.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's the nature of the provisions that you would be purchasing here in Grandor. So for each day, I guess if you want to just do 7 days, Neridion, the exact number.
Sure.
Hmm?
Yes.
Okay. So that's for you, that's 3 gold, 5 silver worth of jerked fish and veggies and the like. And if anyone else wants to purchase 7 days, that's 3.5 gold, 5 silver per day rations.
Okay.
Well, Ella would probably buy enough to share with everybody, too. 'Cause she cooks. So.
Okay, I mean, still, 1 day to share with everybody is still 1 day's rations, really. Unless you're planning on buying everybody's food. But if it's just enough to, like, sort of supplement,
You said 5 silver per ration?
5 silver per day of rations, yes.
I'm sorry, I'll be right back.
What?
She said she'll be right.
She said, yeah, she'll
Okay.
be back.
Buy
Well,
a week's worth, I guess. Should I get a potion?
is Demetrius all right with buying his own stuff, or you need a hand? Not to
should
be
be
presumptuous.
I will purchase
I'm
2 days
asking
of
him.
rations and go sit by the north gate.
Okay.
Too nice, Durand.
Well, just looking after a fellow traveling companion for the time being.
Right now, we don't even know what he can do.
Yeah, right.
Could be a hindrance for all.
He might
we
be
know.
dead by the end of the day.
Also true.
You can only
Thanks.
hope.
Omnipotent sound in the sky.
All right. So a week's rations for everybody, basically?
Yeah.
All right. So that's everyone mark off 3 gold, 5 silver.
We go 5 silver. I'll save Ella some money. I'll buy it.
You'll buy Elevorns?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. So you
She's not
mark
here.
off 7 gold then. What a
I also didn't want to do the half.
Fair.
Tree Punto 5.
Okay.
We go 5 silver.
I'm gonna play my flute in the same tune that the music is playing in at the front gate.
Very.
God, you guys just are so easy just to let assassins join your party.
I mean,
What I'm saying, Dawn's too nice.
I mean, geez, what if Arrow just was an assassin? What if Duck?
True.
What
Hold
if
up.
Demetrius is an assassin?
Also true.
but Neri's here.
An actual assassin.
Neri's not an assassin. She's explicitly not an
The
assassin.
people she's killed, yeah.
She has
That's
a
not
body
assassination. That's just cold-blooded murder. That's different.
Okay, you're right. You're right.
There was no reason behind that.
So is reason.
Yeah, the sword made me do it is not a reason. I guess it is.
Probably is. And she did protect that one kid. That's a reason.
Who said I was joining them? I said I'd follow them. I didn't say
Fair enough.
You just
That
say
is
follow.
fair.
Ah,
You
so you
follow.
don't want to join this party. Okay, well, I understand.
Okay. He just met you guys. He's got a pretty nice life cut out for him here in Grandor, working with Esther.
But too bad Esther is spoken for.
I trust Esther as I trust Demetrius as much as I can trust Esther. And
So Zero.
I mean,
I mean,
Do you guys
Really?
trust Esther? I don't. I got the heebie-jeebies from her.
I met her. We met her already. If she wanted to do away with us, she should have already.
Gosh.
yeah, and she's with Bashong, so Bashong.
Yeah. I mean,
Very trust Bashong.
It's really Valjean that makes you trust Esther, isn't it?
yeah.
You guys don't know much about this weird elf.
What do you mean? I know everything. I dance with her.
So that makes
That's
you.
not-
You got enough to know. All it takes to get you trust. You want to dance around?
Just because you danced with her, you trust her?
I'm
I mean,
not even
technically,
gonna
you
get
guys
the
have
fuck
all
out.
danced
Are you
with each
hearing
other.
this,
on the
Oliver?
show, so.
Fuck out of here, all of you people. This is not Deron. This is me. I am not in character.
All right.
You
Whatever.
guys have all danced with each other, remember? I guess you
Yeah.
don't
No, that
remember,
never
but you
happened.
did.
Yeah, that did happen. It was just weird tracks in dust and stuff like that. It didn't happen. It was a weird dream.
It's a
Mass
weird
hallucination.
Oh,
Alright. Duck gets to play D&D tonight. Yeah.
hey.
Hey.
I require you all to stay up on for longer than normal.
I need to get my fix in.
I need to get my fix. My god.
I always stay up longer than I'm supposed to, I guess.
We'll see how it feels. We'll see. I usually like to end in, nice, easy, non-suspenseful moments. So if we get to one of those, I'll know.
We're about 3 hours in our session.
Yeah.
Everybody wreak havoc. Just wreak havoc.
Wreak havoc.
Yeah,
Do
right.
it.
Remember when I told you about fucking with the world, Duck?
Oh, you gonna learn today.
You gonna learn today.
Boy, you gonna learn.
Sometimes people just want to be fucked with.
Nah, man, gloves are off. You're not in your little protective one-shot bubbles now. All right.
Oh man, dude.
Out of curiosity, so what level was Duck's character?
He's level 4.
Good question.
No.
No, he's 10th level.
Protect me.
No.
Wait. How much HP you have?
Don't even look at the stats. Don't look at the stats.
Well, he's not a wizard with 0 constitution, so
No,
Listen.
but still, don't look at them.
That's interesting.
This man has a way with the dice as he does with the musical instrument.
Anyway,
It isn't a
Nimue
mountain
back.
bait.
So you guys go and you purchase the rations from wherever you want, either general stores or on the docks from fish vendors that have the fish up hanging on hooks and drying out and preparing the sort of rations of this jerked dried fish type things that preserves really well, salted for like travels on the ocean or adventurers or travelers such as yourselves. So Elavorn, Durand has purchased your share of rations. He bought enough for you as well.
Oh, thank you. I was also thinking, since it might be hot where we're going, maybe we should get some more water holding things.
Don't want to drink the water in Worthy.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I have a water skin, but another or two might not hurt.
Well, I think eventually, we'll be like in the desert or something, maybe.
That is well. If
Give me-
RuneScape has taught me anything, you need multiple water skins.
Bro.
The skins of water.
Where can I get them? And can I get a better one?
General store would have them. Water skins are 2 silver a piece. If you want them empty, they'll fill them for you if you want for an extra 2 copper.
Okay. You're really breaking out my change here, man.
Oh yeah. It's like, what's the total? Oh, $20.04, please.
Fuck, man. Alright, I'll take 2 extra ones. So I'll have 3. And then...
Okay.
Buy me
You
one.
filling them up? You're gonna find a way on the road to fill them up, so you don't have to break a silver.
No, it's fine. I already broke it. I broke the silver. Who wants a water skin?
Me.
All right, so 1, 2.
Yeah, I don't
3,
want to break
4.
mine.
Very nice of you. She gets 1.
Wow.
So Air has an extra water skin. Go ahead and mark that down.
And then freaking, what is it? 2 copper pieces?
Yeah, to fill them. So 2
One.
silver for the skin itself, 2 copper to fill them.
All right. God dang it.
Gonna be broke.
I was even, dude. Now I got freaking gold pieces, silver pieces, copper pieces.
The merchant gives you your change in Electrum.
You both pretty colors.
What about the platinum?
I don't even have that in my coin pouch of things. I don't know how to add that actually. I won't worry about it.
Alright, so ending up, just make sure that you guys know how many water skins that you're having. So how many do you have, Neri?
I have 1.
Oh, you're not getting an extra?
No. I'm not gonna buy an extra. I don't know.
Okay. Alright. So you buy however many water skins that you want to buy, Durand. I'll say you divvy them up at your leisure.
Well, I bought 3, 2 for me, 1 for Era.
Okay. Did you...
Wait. Get one for Neri too, just in case.
Okay, 1 for Neri.
Awesome. Thanks.
I don't fill it with water.
As
Fine.
for some reason, Neridion is not with you guys. She's out near Duck, kind of impatient, like, where are they? As Duck's just kind of casually just doing
I got an
around.
extra 1 for Ella. There you go. Another 1 for Ella.
Set BRB.
And then fill it up. Oh my god.
Gotcha.
I have to math.
So as you're going through this, and the proprietor is like trying to make small talk, and you're just like, yeah, okay, hurry up.
Let's go.
But you
Sorry.
get your water skins. You head. Is there anything else, or?
No, that's it.
I was just gonna tell Duran that I can create or destroy water, but you know.
Oh, yeah. Well, I
Even
mean, me too.
Don't do that.
There you go.
Well, good then.
Yeah, you could have saved like a whole silver
Oh.
piece there. Jeez.
Oh my god. For a whole spell slot.
So
A
wasteful.
whole, what is it? A whole level 3 spell slot.
Oh.
Woo!
It's fine.
Okay,
I
so-
just meant later, you know.
That's okay.
So you guys, with rations, extra water skins, all of your gear, Durand, just carefully packed away earlier in the morning. Your very nice fishing rod. Yeah, you're going away to a desert, pretty much like, oh, jeez. I got to use it once, but it was nice, I guess.
Okay, so important note: Duck is not with us.
Oh dear, why?
I
Where'd he
said-
go? Where'd he go?
I did say that he is weary.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, welcome back.
Oh, cool. There we go.
Oh,
You
boy,
didn't miss a
Rennie.
thing. So,
I just
matter
had
of
the
fact,
key.
rest of the group are now approaching the northern gate where you and Netadian are waiting. And you guys begin to head off onto the road, out past the fringe buildings and homes that are outside of the walls of Grandor, northward towards Worthy.
So after we walk for like 20 minutes, I'll be like, "Ah, do you guys want to walk faster?"
I suppose that wouldn't, hurt.
Always.
I'm going to look around confused.
Do you want to walk at the pace we're walking, or do you want to get there faster?
Faster is always better, isn't it?
Whatever you all decide.
Just brace yourself.
Alright, so I guess maybe I'll windwalk us?
Alright. So, Demetrius, you watch as Elevorn, this fiery-haired elf whose name you do not know, begins to weave and cast a spell. And you can see one by one as she extends her will towards the other individuals, the half-elf that was standing next to her at the gate, into a wisp of swirling air and mist. The other tiefling, same. The dragonborn, same. And then you begin to feel your own body beginning to sort of lighten and dissipate. Do you?
Let it happen.
You letting it happen?
You, brother.
Yeah, I'm gonna let it happen.
All right. You feel yourself disembodied, still conscious, still able to see, but existing as mist. The elf as well turns into mist as well, and you recognize these currents as you all begin to jet at around like 30 miles an hour along the path, much faster than you could normally walk or travel, but it is strange, exhilarating, adrenaline pumping, somehow pumping through what you don't know, but it's pumping, and you're just coasting over the land at very quick speeds.
When this ends, I'm going to throw up.
Hmm?
When this ends, I'm going to throw up.
So, traveling at this speed, you do pass over quite a few things. Keeping to the path that branches off in a few directions. None of you have traveled this way before. None of you really know the way to Worthy other than the general direction. So you watch as the main road begins to split and fork off in many directions. Who's leading this? Who are you guys? Who's at the front?
If nobody else, then I will.
Okay, Elevorn, go ahead and make a
That's a
Sur-
natural 20.
survival check, please. To try to, it's like she said, north. Try to maintain as northwardly as possible. Choose the right road that seems like it's the one that would head to another city. How much?
So that was a natural 20, so it's 27.
Natural 20. Okay. You are still not 100% sure, as you haven't made this trek before, but you are sure that you are heading in a northwardly direction. But eventually the spell does begin to subside, and you all, including you, Demetrius, can start to feel your sort of light as air form begin to take on weight. And you get a sense that the spell is fading. You're maybe 80, 100 feet up in the air right now.
So, Elvin will head down.
Down,
Okay.
down.
Down. You all come to landing on the ground as the spell begins to fade. You also can take a while as you shift and rematerialize into your forms. It is late in the afternoon now. You have traveled for an entire day, and there is not much time before the sun goes down. Looking out, you can see that as it gets a little bit cooler with the evening, this from the trees you're in very not dense woods, but there are plenty of trees around. The road beneath your feet is still very clear, very visible, and it seems very well traveled. But as the night comes and the cool air begins to fall over you, this just sort of light fog begins to shroud the areas around you. You do still have a couple hours until sunset. But you at least take some time to drink, eat, attend to other necessities.
If you guys want, I could fly for a while too. You know, till it's dark.
I suppose if you don't mind it, I don't mind it if you don't.
From above some of the trees in front of you, their canopies kind of stretching over the road that you're now standing and eating beside. You see a streak of light heading up into the sky, followed by a second, the third, before they explode into showers of multicolored light and sparks.
What is that?
Oh, what's going on?
Oddly enough, they seem maybe a bit far. You didn't hear anything.
I guess I'll be just looking around, just seeing if we're gonna like maybe gonna be attacked.
It seems far off.
So I'm gonna copy of a prestidigitation and be like, how did they make it so big?
Elevorn hurt the palm of her hand. It displays the same kind of effect, but on a much smaller scale.
Um, We could go and investigate it.
Okay, yeah.
Hey, if,
Alright.
yeah.
So you guys head off in that direction, following the road. Who's taking the lead? I need somebody to make a perception check.
Me.
Do it.
Can I guide him or help him?
You can assist him. So either roll with advantage, Durand, or L1, you make one as well.
Have advantage.
Alright, that saved my life. Turned it from an 8 to a 19.
19.
Which total makes it, hold on,
Okay.
24.
24. As you are walking at the helm here, Durand, you can begin to hear the nocturnal life, the creatures of this area begin to chitter and fill the air with their respective sounds of their lives. You hear in the distance through the trees the sound of soft footfalls, multiple. Seems like a creature of some kind you've rolled so high. And beyond that, in a small clearing that you can make out maybe 150, 200 feet away, you can see a large, sort of buffalo-like creature. You've seen one before, an aurochs. And not too far away from it is a much smaller one, perhaps an offspring. But these footfalls that you had heard get further and further away. You haven't discerned the location of those yet until you can see a small pack of maybe 5 or 6 wolves emerge into the clearing, low, stalking the younger, smaller, weaker aurochs. As you're walking, just kind of watching this natural thing of nature unfolding. As the wolves approach, the parent seems to take note of them, and turns, and you all now hear this warning, just bellow of this oryx creature as the wolves stop. Durand, you're the only one with a beat on this, as Elevon is quick to look and find and see as well, but with hesitancy, the wolves back away, not wanting to engage with this fully grown, much larger, like 10 times larger than an individual wolf oryx creature. They seem to know when they can't win, and they fall back into the trees and, as a pack, disappear into the night. You continue on. As you continue walking, the fog that had set in earlier as the sun begins to set does get a little bit thicker, and if not for the occasional light and burst of these sort of pyrotechnic displays in the distance, you wouldn't be able to see. Your vision is now being limited to, it's not the thickest of fog, but it still limits your vision to around 70 or 80 feet. But as you begin to get closer, as the sun begins to set, you do see on the horizon a small village. It's not unlike some that you had passed on your travels here, maybe a bit larger, but you have passed over buildings and other smaller villages as you were flying above throughout the day. This one does seem a little bit larger, though.
Good place to stop, I suppose, for the night.
I wouldn't
Is
be
it-
against that.
I mean, rest would be nice.
Maybe also get our bearings on where we are.
Yeah, that I suppose would be like very good idea, because I have no idea.
All right. So as you get closer and as you approach, you can see that this village has a bunch of standing torchlights that seem to burn away the fog in their local vicinity. And you can see straight through to the center of the village as you begin to pass through the outer fringe buildings where this large bonfire is set up. Everyone make a perception check. As nobody has yet to notice you, but you can see, and before you even see, you can hear the sound of music and revelry.
I can see shit. That's a 4.
Well, what else is new?
Yeah. But do you ask me to roll perception anymore, honestly?
You know,
Instant
one
fail.
day you're gonna make the most important perception check of the entire campaign.
I highly doubt it.
17.
Okay.
16.
Okay.
2.
22.
Okay. Era?
2.
2. All right. Nope. Neri and Era, you both are like kind of walking as you're like, oh, that's pretty. Demetrius, you are the first to notice. Around the bonfire, it's a bunch of villagers dressed in plain peasants' clothes, it seems. Lots of sort of dancing and moving around, conversing. The smell of food wafts into your nose, and freshly cooked. While the jerked fish that you had eaten wasn't bad, this is a nice aroma of locally cooked foods. What does catch your eye, as well as Durand and Elevon, are some of these wooden stakes that are planted into the ground do have torches atop them. Some of them have these weird humanoid frog-like creatures impaled onto them.
Oh,
But you guys are now maybe not too far away from the center, like 120 feet, perhaps.
From the frog people on a stick.
Yeah, and the villagers that seem to be celebrating something, as well as ones that are kind of gathered around. You can see some of them are young, maybe in their teens to early 20s, and they're like sort of excited looking like, hey, look, watch what I can do, and shoots off one of these, another one of these silent fireworks.
I guess I'm gonna ask how they're doing that.
So you just walk right up?
Yeah, sure, why not? I'll show them something cool in return, I guess. I'm not gonna offer though, I'm just asking.
Right. So Era walks towards the bonfire.
Could I grab her arm?
Yeah, sure. I don't think that she's like sprinting off, but Era, as you intend to walk up towards these people that are casting this spell into the sky, Elevon takes hold of your arm.
And then I'm going to point at the frog people on the stick.
Oh yeah, didn't notice those before. You just traced the magic back to its source and focused in on that. Then like 10 feet away from him is one of these dead, impaled humanoid frog creatures. And then around there you can see maybe around the bonfire, perhaps 7 or 8 more of them.
I don't care what they're doing. I'm gonna hang back a little bit.
Okay.
I mean, don't you want to know? It's not like they're gonna do anything to me. I don't think, anyways. They can try, but you know.
Elevor just shrugs and lets go of her arm.
Diana's gonna look at Elvor and Aaron like,
What, you two? You don't think I should ask? I mean, you know, it's not the most prettiest thing in the world, but
I think that's a tiny bit concerning, but you do what you want to, I guess.
Logan's going to slowly start to make her way back out of town.
Okay. So Era's going on alone, and everyone else is just.
I guess I'm looking at everyone, and then I look at Duran as my last, I don't know, confirmation.
Meridian is also looking at everyone else.
Well, no sense in staying if we feel like there's some sort of threat. I suppose we should just go.
Looking
Come
and
on.
conversing amongst yourself, and Era's like, "Man, what's going on? Why? What's happening?" You hear this booming voice from the direction of the bonfire. And you turn, kind of startled, to see this hefty human man with sort of these large jowls and a big smile on his face, arms extended, walking toward you. "Oh, good evening. It's been some time since we've had visitors. What brings you to our little village? You've come on quite a momentous evening, I must tell you. Come, we have plenty of food left over."
Good enough for me.
What is
No?
the...
You guys have been standing there just contemplating for a while. There's no... It's direct line of sight. You can see them,
Yeah.
they can see you.
Oh, what are you guys celebrating?
He motions back and might be a bit morbid if you're not one to understand, but, well, the successful defense of our village. We have long been plagued by the vile creatures of the croaking marsh, but have since come into a means to protect ourselves and has given much reason to celebrate.
And what are these means?
Oh,
If I may
plenty
ask.
of time to explain that later. But please, will you join us? It's quite the time. Some good ale, good food, good women or men, depending on what you're into. Everyone's in a good mood.
I perk up at ale and walk forward.
Okay. Good man.
It's just gonna look around at everyone else.
Oh, look at Durand.
Why's everyone looking at me, man? Durand is going to shrug. Let's see. What's the adjective? There's a fancier word for it, but in the biggest I don't care attitude.
Impartial?
I suppose that's the best word. There was another word I was looking for, but I think that's a nicer way of saying it than what I was thinking of. Yeah, that was the word. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I am sure we'll be fine, but again, if you don't feel comfortable staying, you 2, 3.
2.
So Demetrius is already heading towards the bonfire.
Okay, well, yeah, I'm gonna go I'm gonna go in the general direction. The only one way to go, okay?
Yes. I mean,
Well, no, I suppose someone does have to look after them.
Well, if we're gonna partake, we should be careful, I guess.
sure it looks strange walking in on this, and I do admire the caution that you seem to be showing. And you can see his sort of large cheeks are flushed with color from alcohol, probably. But I assure you, no one here means you any harm. And he turns to, no, join us if you will. And he turns to walk with Era and Demetrius.
Well,
Ella, Durant, Derry.
I guess I'll follow Era and Demetrius.
Okay.
hello.
Durant, Ella.
Ladies first.
I'm going to move into a squirrel and climb up onto Thron's shoulder.
All right.
All right. So, Demetrius and Era, as you are the first ones to enter, the path to the bonfire kind of opens up into a village square sort of area where there is music, dancing, ale, food, and a few of these individuals that you can see are producing these firework displays. Era and Demetrius, go to make an Arcana check, as it's clear that it's magic, but just out of just a glance, see if you can pick out exactly what it is.
16.
Okay.
$20, not natural.
All right, so you guys watch and kind of you can calculating quickly out of the gestures that they seem to be making and the production, the effect that is produced, notably the lack of any sort of bang or sound associated with the casting of the spell. You both come to the conclusion, Era speaking maybe a syllable before you do, Demetrius, under your breath, under your respective breaths. Silent image. And you kind of look to each other. But as you enter, you can hear the music, Demetrius. It's a bit off key, probably even more discordant to your trained ear than to most, but the villagers seem to be enjoying it nonetheless.
If I want to pull out my bagpipes and kind of join in on the music.
All right, go ahead and make a performance check.
That would be a 30.
30.
Oh
Okay.
my god.
You guys got a good bard here. So he pulls out his bagpipes, which you guys have noticed were on him. They're kind of hard to put away. He kind of carries them around his shoulder next to his bag, but none of you really knew exactly what they were for. It's a strange looking thing that that's a weird looking backpack satchel thing. Why does he have wands sticking out of it? What are those things? But he pulls it out and he begins to play this music, this song, kind of joining in and amping up the excitement. And almost immediately, the other performers begin to follow your lead, Demetrius, and kind of follow along with their horns, pipes, whatever instruments that they're playing, and the sort of dancing and revelry kind of begins to revolve a bit around you. And as you play and you continue to play and begin to become the focus of this attention with your loud, powerful, and very beautiful, upbeat performance, you only take a couple breaks, a couple moments where you are not playing, which is one, to catch your breath a little bit, and two, to be just to drink some ale that is brought up in large frothing mugs by what seem to be the local young women, and just fed to you as you play.
Well,
Could all of our like fall off of Duran's shoulder almost like, when he
Can I,
starts
like-
playing because it's like startling.
Just instantly, the first sound of the bagpipes, the squirrel just.
I'll catch her before she falls. My gosh. Okay, so I suppose those are his particular skills that were mentioned before.
How are those skills supposed to help us?
Well-
You hear the large, hearty laugh from the man who had greeted you. Oh, he's good.
Yeah, I didn't even quite know myself.
Oh, you didn't.
Well, not
so you're
bad.
not all part of. You don't all play then.
Oh, no. I haven't heard an instrument being played like this in quite some time.
Since my days back in Sandoria.
Yeah, exactly. It takes me back, man.
No, man. So what are you guys doing?
I'm gonna scurry down and dance. It's a
Okay.
squirrel.
I'm gonna nudge Duran and I mean, you should dance with Elvon.
Oh my god. Really?
A lot of people just
Yes,
like
really.
pointing at the squirrel, and like the one person notices and that's like, and kind of coming up to you, a bunch of like the younger people begin to sort of dance with you, and some of the ones that you could see that have been casting magic, they sort of add in some of these illusory squirrels that are mimicking your movements as well.
It's amazing. It's like all trippy now.
Gonna like try to shove Duran.
Woman, are you trying to make me step on her?
No. Gently trying to shove Duran towards Elvon to kind of like, you know, he needs to dance with her.
I'm gonna counter shove Neri into this mess of dancing. You go dance.
Check, both of you.
Strength check.
Yep. Just a check, not a saving throw. So D20 plus your strength modifier.
Okay.
Natural 20.
Plus. So for a total of.
I mean, it's unnatural 20. 17 plus 3.
Gotcha.
It
Duran.
is 17 plus 5. Stop copying my number.
Ooh,
So Netadion shoves you, and it actually makes you like kind of stumble a bit, and then you shove back, and not in the direction. The force of like you pushing and her kind of having shoved you. You do push her away, but not in the direction towards them. She kind of tries to catch herself, but ends up stumbling to the point where you almost run into one of these pikes that holds the corpse of one of these frog-like human creatures. And you look up to it, and you can see it's about maybe 3-4 feet tall. It is actually wearing these tattered cloth clothes, but you can see where looks like puncture wounds from a sword had done its life in, and the pike that it's driven up on.
I'm just gonna cry mouse and then walk away from it.
Okay.
Because that's kind of creepy.
Elvorn is just kind of distractedly baby Groot dancing around, you know.
So what are you guys doing? As Demetrius, how are you accepting any and all drink, or are you trying to watch yourself a bit? But even you are getting sort of caught up in your own performance, like oh, I'm on fire, I'm doing great. The people love it, they love you. Fucking 30.
I am overlooking the party goers.
Okay. Other than the do you want to make a perception check, actually?
17.
So, I mean, they look like just normal, common peasant village folk. I mean, other than what you can see, maybe a half dozen of them that are engaged in this spellcraft. From what you can see, it looks like they're mostly harmless spells or lower level magics. Another thing that you notice is a couple of the men and women that are sort of drinking, not necessarily dancing. You notice weapons on their sides. They're still dressed like villagers, but the weapons that they're carrying, you notice they seem well made. Like, probably would fetch a nice coin. They don't strike you immediately as magical or anything, but they're definitely not old rustic weapons. They seem, for the most part, new. You can still see that jovial, large man that's just going around and just sharing laughs and stories, and with people, he seems very boisterous.
Not that I want to look at the, frog on the stick, but there, I guess, would there be, I guess Era would try not to notice it, but it's still there. Could I look at it a little bit more?
Okay.
More about like
Lost
in thought.
You're not
but I'm
like
lost in thought
taking it
looking.
down and examining it. You're not going to dissect one
Yeah,
of them.
no.
So they do look just like sort of bipedal frogs. Go ahead and make a nature check to see if you would have maybe come across and study one of these creatures before.
You said nature?
Nature, yeah.
Okay. A 20, but not natural.
Okay, yeah. So for reference, that's what they look like. These things, these bipedal humanoid frog creatures, you know that they tend to walk upright. They have a bit of sentience about them. They're normally aggressive pests, not much unlike, as far as you know, goblins and goblinoids, but they make their homes in swamps primarily. And though you don't know exactly what this specific group of bullywugs may be up to or their goals, you just know the general like idea of them, and what you know about your like the interaction between them and the Empire is it's not on good terms. In most swamps you can find them in the Empire, and not all but most, and they tend to be territorial. They tend to attack without warning, and sometimes even venture out of their swamp homes to attack travelers, passerbys, or it seemed like in this case nearby villagers.
I'd like to throw in some prestidigitation and shoot out sparks on high notes out of my bagpipes.
with every certain like high note just sparks out of your bagpipe, and eventually some of the apparent magic users here begin to catch on, and as you sort of fall into patterns of rhythms and verses and choruses, they begin to loose magics at the same time as well. Anyways, eventually you all do get tired, those that are partaking in these strenuous activities, aka just Elevorn and Demetrius, really. Because nobody else wants to have fun, I guess.
Wow.
It's too strange.
So, eventually, maybe around midnight to 1 a.m. or somewhere in between, it does begin to die down a bit as even the most avid of these revelers is beginning to become exhausted. Walking up to you, more stumbling up to you, Durand, is the larger man that had brought you all in. So, will you be staying the evening?
Yes, if you have room for us somewhere.
I'm sure we could find one, and well, it seems like your friend there shouldn't have too much trouble. And you can see Demetrius does have a little bit of a fan base, it would seem.
Well, I suppose good that he can look after himself. Hopefully nothing too far away from us, though.
All right. He kind of turns. Before we all continue to drink ourselves to unconsciousness and turn in for the night, let's deal with these things, these fiends. And you can see people beginning to, like, as a team of two, beginning to unearth the stakes and begin to bring the ones with the bullywug corpses in towards the bonfire where they're cast in.
Huh. Well, need any help cleaning up closing up the
Please.
festivities?
You're a guest. Would not think to ask you such things, and besides, I doubt that most of this will be cleaned up before midday tomorrow.
Oh,
he seems a bit drunk.
this is probably like the worst time to ask him, but I mean, he should know. What is the name of your village?
No, did not tell you. So sorry, foolish me. Welcome to Basas.
Basas. Okay.
I'm so sorry. What's your name?
My name is Gol. It's Gol.
Cool.
Congratulations on getting rid of infestation.
It is probably not the first, but eventually they will learn. For some amount of years, ever since I took up the sort of I guess leader of the village, these things have plagued us not only when we traveled, even within a half day of the swamp, but even making their way out to our village. The marsh is 2 days away. Why would they be coming out here? But we finally have the opportunity, the chance, the ability to defend ourselves, and we will be plagued no more.
And how does someone as smart as you figure out how to do that?
You can see him kind of just contemplating. Go ahead and roll persuasion with advantage, as he is drunk.
Respect.
You still a squirrel, Elavoid? At the moment, it's, as far as I know, it's just Durand and Era here. Is anybody else coming up and joining this conversation?
17.
I suppose Neridian would thunder about.
Okay.
I'm gonna die down my performance and pull out my flute.
Alright, just a nice melody on the flute instead.
Bedtime music.
You got a couple of offers to spend the evening at some of the local and villagers' homes if you wish for a bed instead of a bedroll tonight, Demetrius.
Why?
I will decline.
Ah, a few disappointed young ladies and one disappointed young man walk away. All right, so 17. Elevon, did you say you were joining the conversation, or at least kind of walking in on, like, overhearing?
Well, yeah, I've been around the run, so he's, I didn't go too far
Yeah.
behind him.
Okay, yeah, you're mostly dancing
I'm
around
still
him,
a
but
squirrel, but
gotcha. So he says, well, hmm, it wasn't necessarily that we found a way, but more a way found us. How it says, travelers. One traveler in particular, not unlike yourselves, came through here um, not much less than a month ago. And you can see he's sort of hesitant, even in his drunken sort of stupor here. Seems like he's nervous about the next words on his mind or tongue.
Such a person to help a village overcome something like this definitely needs some recognition. Is everything okay?
Indeed. It says he was a nice individual. Hard to tell. Came in robes, hooded, spoke with a voice that was difficult to place. Hard to tell whether male or female. But they said that they were on a journey. They were on a mission for their god. I have heard of such things before. I didn't think to question it, but when asked a bit more, they offered information. And not only information, but aid. They gifted the village with coin enough to purchase weapons for individuals who learned the art. They even, I don't know how, but brought the gift of magic to some lucky members of our village. And it's those gifts in passing from this wandering priest or something that gave us the strength to defend ourselves. When
And
asked what they
nothing?
wanted, they didn't ask for much. They water, a bit of food, a couple nights of rest, and just to remember.
Well, if they were in service to their god, then that is all they needed.
It's what I was led to believe as well. They were earnest.
A congratulation and a celebration well earned then.
Thank you. Thank you. Indeed it is. And he looks back towards the bonfire, which the flames are still roaring high into the night, which the town square is much less active at this point. It's quiet, with the exception of the roaring flame and the scattered little groups of people that are still here chattering.
Do you know where this person may have gone? Or where they were off to next?
Well, they came very much from the same direction that you had, and when they left, they were headed north.
I believe that's where we'll be heading soon tomorrow, so maybe we'll have the luck of finding them.
Perhaps there are many places north of here. If you happen to come across a lone wandering uh, priest, then, I mean, you've heard it here, so I would consider that fate.
Well, let's get this place in some sort of matter so that we can all head to bed.
So, Neredian, Era, Elevorn, anybody, even Demetrius at this point, you would have kind of just gotten a bit closer, just playing the flute as you begin to overhear pretty interesting words and just kind of, at some point, let's see, Elevorn, you would be the only one to notice, but you don't even necessarily notice Demetrius standing maybe about only 10 feet away and kind of see how he had been of such use to Esther, just providing this music and seeming non-suspicious and non-threatening. But you can see he's has a trained ear and is picking up on the conversation without seeming like he's eavesdropping.
I'm gonna go climb up on him and just like look at him like I know what you're doing.
You got a little auburn red squirrel on your shoulder as you play the flute, just paws on hips, just
High pitched note.
Wait, what did you do?
Play a high pitched note.
Oh, I'm gonna jump a little bit. And then I'm just going to be like, motion that I've got my eyes on you.
jumps, kind of rights herself in the air and lands on feet and just stares up at you.
Excuse me, but we're not. So we do travel a lot, and we're concerned of traveling during nighttime. Would there be any reason to be? Well, usually, yes. There's always a reason to be cautious at night, but anything we should be concerned about here or the north?
To the north, there's all manners of the local wildlife, beasts, creatures, predatory, that tend to hunt. Normally, they do not bother uh, the cautious traveler, wolves and the like, easily enough swayed by an open flame or display of strength or confidence. If you do travel north, I would caution against straying too far to the east. That is where the Croaking Marsh is located, and there's much worse things than these creatures. He kind of forgets that they were cast into the bonfire and points back. The creatures that were here in that place.
Okay. No, good advice.
And people? No, it's nothing. Thank you again for your hospitality. It's been a interesting, somewhat fun night.
Oh,
Food is
that's it.
delicious.
So, any more questions for this gentleman while he is still inebriated? Anything about his village, himself, this traveler?
Elevorn is going to turn. She's going to jump off of Demetrius and turn back into an elf, and just kind of like behind Demetrius go. Do you
Okay.
think they're mercenaries?
What?
The people that are really well armed. She's just gonna like
The
kind of point at them.
People that were well armed, from what you picked up from this man, were members of the village. The arms were purchased by the donation of this traveling priest or cleric on the account of just wanting to help. and those with strong enough arms or a natural inclination for it purchased the blades in defense of their village, basically. So they were just villagers, just as the spellcasters that had come into their magic soon after or upon the arrival of this person did.
Yeah, because I could just swipe the wrong sword and run around actually being able to use it.
Oh.
No, you said they're like were in.
Like you said, it was almost a month ago, and yeah, they might not be the most skilled. You haven't seen them in fights, so you also don't know how dangerous these.
I challenge them
Small
to a duel.
Challenge one of them to a duel.
Everyone turns into
Throw down the
a
glove.
That's the feel I got from it as well. I figured they got the weapons from somewhere, just didn't know where. And they were just regular villagers that kind of knew how to swing a sword at least once or twice.
a bit of practice, maybe.
Unless I'm being deceived by my DM.
Dun, dun, dun.
No, I don't have
Do
a
you have
DM
any
that
more
would ever do
questions?
that.
Do you
I
have
don't
any
know,
more
man.
things that you would want to ask?
Like
Um,
which worthy?
What?
Nothing.
Okay.
Go ahead. Sorry, Max.
Oh, did you ever get a name?
Yeah, his name is Gol. Oh, from the
No.
traveler?
I'm asking goal.
No,
Yeah.
they did not provide a name. Simply provided aid, request for nourishment and hospitality, and they request to remember the gifts given by their deity, and that's all they requested.
Oh,
I
Who's their
suppose,
deity?
he goes into a pocket and pulls out what looks like just a normal wax candle. Small, before I forget, hard, the one thing they requested of us, really, and here I am almost forgetting. And he walks kind of towards the center of the village square, takes the candle and extends the wick into the bonfire before sticking it to the one of the stones that makes up the perimeter of it, and you can see that there are a few dozen other such candles that have been lit and placed in such a way.
Eleborn is going to, like, after noticing this, because, I assume that, I would see that's happen. I just sort of walk away and then talk into the bracelet. Like, are they sacrificing these things to this deity? Because I don't want to say it out loud, but I want everybody to hear me.
Oh no, is this going to be another one of those monastery things?
He returns. He's sorry.
It was meant so that the goal couldn't tear.
Mhm.
Yeah.
That was intention.
I'm gonna react. I'm gonna I'll listen to what Elevor said and my mouth drop for a moment before I kind of just go back to being poker face. Like, big thanks, everyone.
He comes back eventually after the place, and that's sorry, just a simple thing. A little bit. A simple request from the passing individual. Who had helped us in so many ways. I forgot to mention, I didn't see anything like it before. I've heard of healers in the way, but actually, about a month ago, I was interred with quite a terrible bug. And they were actually the ones that helped me to kick it. It was terrible fever. helped some of the other sick, even some of the livestock, animals that seem to be not doing so well. It was truly a blessing. Anyways, I forgot your question. I'm sorry.
How did um the deity, who is it?
He looks at all of you and I'm not.
It's so that we may pay respect as well, for good fortune.
I, hmm. It's not that. It's just the Empire has its laws, as I'm sure you're aware. And especially when it comes to deity worship.
I'm going to use suggestion, or in a soothing way. You are with safe ears. We simply only want to know the deity. You seem a little bit tired. I suggest you just tell us what you know and we will get some rest after. Sleep it off. You've earned it.
What is your spell save DC as you cast the spell? You can see that even as you're kind of talking, the eyes kind of stare off into the distance, occasionally coming back to you like, oh
17.
yeah, you're talking to me. How much? 17?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, yeah. So, yes, I'm feeling a bit drained. The excitement does seem to have died down, hasn't it? When did that happen? Anyways, if you don't seem like emissaries of the Empire, I hope that as this deity that this traveler worshipped and performed these small, they said, but very large to us and those in need, very large miracles to us. It's not one of those approved by the crown, not a part of the Empire's pantheon, so the worship of such a deity is a dangerous thing, but they didn't give a proper name. They simply called them the Sunbringer. At first, I thought that he was speaking of Palor, but were speaking of Palor, but they assured me that this was an entity, a separate entity entirely. The Sunbringer. The promise of a new dawn on the horizon. New hope, new opportunities.
That wouldn't ring any bells with that alone for me, would it?
Go ahead and make a religion check.
Elvorn's gonna use her bracelet and just go, Corvette.
Oh my god, no, stop. We don't need it. We don't need no Corvette here, man. That is a 16.
You've never heard, even in passing, of any deity or entity called the Sunbringer.
Okay.
How did he help the sick? Did he make a medicine?
Well, again, I'm not sure if it was a he or not. The cadence of their voice was very strange.
They.
But I'm not familiar with magics or the like, but all I know is that when they placed their hands over me and I assume chanted their spell, the affliction, the fever that I had come down with was relieved.
Thank you for sharing.
Yes. I apologize for my hasty departure, but I really do feel like I should be getting some sleep. Good evening to you. Actually, you would, I, um, I think that there's, um, a small, I should find a place to sleep, a house empty, rooms perhaps, and he's like halfway down the block. But you guys realize, oh wait, where the fuck are we gonna sleep?
Oh.
Mm. Kind of just looking at Elevorn. Thinking about what she said.
I suppose we can just set up camp a little bit of ways away from town.
All right. So as you guys head a little bit out of town, the sort of low, not necessarily dense, but there's a lot. So as you look out, it does seem a bit thicker, but as you're in it, it's not very thick at all. The fog that just seems to rest. You set up camp. As you begin to set up, light a fire. Anything that wishes to be said or done.
I'm gonna set up my tent and just call on it for the evening.
Hmm.
Empire need to know, don't they?
I would. Well, not like they have much to go off of with just the Sunbringer.
Even still, if it's something that is going to happen or follow the same pattern, isn't it our job to stop it? Like, monastery?
Oh, that's a bit different. That wasn't,
It's not the same, but in certain aspects.
I mean, it's hard to say. A deity not approved by the Empire can fall under... Isn't Larue technically a deity? Not really authorized by the Empire?
No, most of the deities that exist are deities not approved by the Empire.
So,
They have a
I
very
see.
tightly knit pantheon that covers the needs of their lands, and anything outside of the worship of those gods is strictly not allowed.
so
I do believe that everyone has the right to believe in what they want to.
as long as no harm was being caused,
Yes, as long as no harm is done.
I mean, you know, frogs not so much, but at the same time, kind of a pest, so they have it coming. But yeah, I agree. As long as they don't harm people, or without reason, then I don't see a problem with it. But if this ends up being something more and something worse, and I have to live with not have. Maybe I'm just being a bit morbid, but well, doesn't matter.
It's alright, alright. One problem at a time. Let's focus on the plague town and the slavers. For now, at least.
Yes.
Agreed.
With the good nights being shared, you guys enjoy a long night's rest. Morning comes, and with it, as the sun rises, the surrounding fog that was hanging low throughout the evening begins to burn off and dissipate. You pack up your things and look northward. And that's where we'll pick up next time. Like tomorrow, right? We're playing tomorrow?
I'll play tomorrow.
Maybe?
I only got through like half of the shit I prepared for the session, to be honest.
Oh,
I mean, if we do it earlier than our normal time, then yeah.
I am down to play as often as I can. I'm down to keep going right now, but I know that some people probably are not.
I probably could.
It's a good stopping point, I think.
I mean, I'm down to keep going.
What?
Said it, dude. You said it.
Wait, what? I'm just saying, a lot of you guys are like typically like want to be strict to the midnight,
Okay,
whatever.
but like we got something going. Sorry.
Okay. Continue? Are we continuing?
I'm down. I'm down.
Duck,
Can we take a
Nemo,
break? Can we take a short break?
take a break. We'll see how we feel after a little bit, like 10 minutes.
Works for me.
All right.
Okay.
Don't make me too excited, guys. I don't want to be too happy now. So
Crush him.
Gosh, myself.
No,
All right, everyone leave.
no, don't do that to Zen.
No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
End the stream. This is just for.
It's instantaneous. I just have to hit the buttons.
Shame on you.
Alright, guys. So we woke up.
Yeah. So you wake up, you gather up your things, tents, bedrolls, as a couple groggy villagers begin to slowly make their way out on the road in your direction, hatchets in hand, kind of not even paying you any mind. Like the nursing hangovers from the previous night's revelries.
Well, I mean, I suppose we should just head out now.
Where are you going?
North.
North and not east.
North. Generally north.
Well, they can have that. I'm gonna go back to town and find out which way Worthy is.
Okay. You want to ask one of these people that are passing by?
I guess I could. Yeah.
Okay. You approach. Hold on, not so loud, please.
Louder! Louder!
Sorry. Can you tell me which way Worthy is?
Where is? He points further down. There are some sign postings. It's a big city. You can't
North.
Why are you going to Worthy? Don't you know what's happening there?
What is happening there?
A the sickness broke out. I mean, if you go in, I haven't heard of anyone traveling there for months now. If you go in, they're supposed to let you back out. I wouldn't recommend it.
Isn't that the way your friendly worshipping person went?
Well, I'm not sure if that person went to Worthy specifically. They didn't say a destination.
Well, we're just going in the direction of Worthy then.
Oh, okay. As long as you're not going to the city, then yes, you can continue on the road north. It's this road will eventually merge with a more prominent, more well-kept one that should lead you in the direction of the city. Beyond that, every few miles or so, you'll see postings pointing you towards the city. It's one of the largest cities in the area. It's-
Could I ask you a very personal question?
I suppose you could ask.
Okay. Are you guys going into the swamps and hunting those things?
No. We don't go into the marsh. It's a dangerous place. We're just trying to live our lives. We're just out here to collect some firewood for the village.
Alright, be safe, friend, and I will
Uh,
kind of pat him on the shoulder or whatever. And use a cure wounds level 1.
Okay. It's a warming sensation. It feels nice. It doesn't necessarily negate the essentially poisoning that alcohol is, but oh, you can see it leaves a bit of the hangover. It seems. Thank you. That was you, right? I imagine.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Are you like the? Are you like the one that came through here?
I don't think I'm the same, no. But I like to help if I can.
Well, you might be more similar than you think.
Can I pull out my cartographer's kit and make like a rough map of from here, from Grandor to here, from a little bit that I saw?
I mean, if I see him do that, I can give him a map. He could work on that. Extend that further.
It would be hard to map out the journey that you took as you were traveling at such a quick speed. But
that could be true.
you can certainly try. Go ahead and make a cartographer's tools check with disadvantage. So I would say using your wisdom as a modifier, as it would be something that you're noticing. So roll 2d20s, take the lower, and then add your wisdom modifier.
6.
Okay, you take some time as you guys begin to walk and travel to sketch down as best as you can remember from Grandor to this city or village of Basas. It's very crude, very rough. Like I said, you didn't have much time, if at all, to accurately depict landmarks. And you're like, I'm sure there was a village here, maybe, but you have a very crude map of that area. Not sure if it would assist you in any sort of navigational sense, but you have what you approximate to be a map to the best of your abilities.
Works for me.
So, you are perhaps, based on the map that you brought out, Durand, Basas is about the halfway mark between Grandor and Worthy. So, wind walking does cut out a significant amount of travel time.
All right, perfect. So when we get there, right?
About. You might end up being a few hours or like half a day or a day's travel short with another wind walk.
Are there any big trees?
Around here? Yeah, there are actually.
A
Can I
million.
go hug one? Be
Sure.
like, I gotta find one that they're not gonna chop though.
Going
Okay, wait.
around, finding one. It's a bit further off the road as Demetrius is trying to rack his brain for to draw this map. Elevon, you go out and you find a tree that, amongst smaller saplings, that would suffice for the purposes of travel.
Gonna hug it.
All right. Elevon hugs trees and they become waypoints.
Nice to meet you, tree. Don't die. Okay, thank you. Can I find a backup tree? Because those guys have hatchets.
Okay. Sure. This one's even a bit like further away, but you know, after maybe about 45 minutes, Elevon comes back. You now have two trees that you are familiar enough with right outside of Basas.
Fantabulous. Okay, so are we walking fastly again, or we want to go the slow way, or what is? Want to fly for a while? I'm looking at Demetrius.
If everybody wants to fly, I might need help with that aspect.
You can fly? Oh, Eric can fly too, right? So, but you can fly?
I cannot fly, but if you have means of flying, I might have means of quickening the process.
Okay. So Oliver's just gonna turn into a giant turkey dinosaur.
Okay. So you watch as Elevorn shifts into a large, huge, even prehistoric creature with a long, extended beak and ruffled feathers. Huge, like over 20 feet tall, an extended, most of it neck. I will say that you can carry these people. You might have to actually hold one in your back talons, and it will impact your travel speed, as 4 is a bit pushing it, even for this form.
I can polymorph myself into something to fly along or go along.
What about the Feywild?
Oh,
What?
Can I cast Longstrider on Turkey Bird?
You can. You walk up to this massive dinosaur and sort of hesitantly, as much as you're trying to keep your composure, place a hand on one of its front legs and cast Long Strider. So that will help.
Ah,
It's not
yes.
going to be as fast as wind walking, but a little bit faster than normal walking speed.
Says Elias already. This, I guess, flying it is. I think I'll climb on Elevorn's back.
All right. So,
Are the two tieflings bigger than a basket in a Zanzibar?
you carried all of them at once, didn't you?
I did. That's why I said, what about the Feywild? That's why I thought I could do it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have done it.
At that point, it was what? It was Basque, Zanzibar, Garand, and Nedadian. Yeah, okay. It's you can still sort of 4 people is still pushing the limits of this form to carry, but you would be able to travel at, your normal turkey dinosaur speed. Any more than this, however, and that's when you're going to start hitting that penalty.
That seems fair. Well, more than fair, but you know.
Okay. So, still slower than wind walking by a considerable amount, but faster than walking for sure. How long can you maintain this?
6 hours, I think.
Yeah, half your level. So 6 hours later, you guys come down to land. You land sort of interspersed in between just for little breaks, water, food, other necessities. But 6 hours later, you do come across and have been for the past maybe hour or so following what was described to you as this main road towards Worthy. But it is now about early to mid-afternoon.
Oh, you were on Discord?
What?
Cartographer check.
Go for it. Just a straight roll again with wisdom because it's your perception.
18.
Okay. For this stretch of land, you do manage to accurately depict the road leading away from Basas, where it meets. As from your aerial view, you actually get a benefit this time as you're now more focused and moving at a more manageable speed. So for this stretch of land, um, going maybe 30 miles, a little more, 30 to 40 miles or so, north of Basas, you do get a fairly accurate map that you add on to your less accurate one that you had started earlier.
So we could wind walk now if you guys want to. I just wanted to try to get further today, so I thought, since I need to be able to. Well, I mean, I don't know. I need to see either way, but I just thought.
I will note that if you do wind walk, you will either have to cut it short by a few hours or risk suffering exhaustion from too much travel in a single day. As the full duration of Windwalk spell added to this would put you at 14 hours of travel. What are you guys doing?
I'm just following.
I mean, I'm probably just being a passenger on the turkey dinosaur, so
But the turkey dinosaur is more extraneous on Allah, right? Because it's like too much, or just about,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's one of her wild
Where
shapes, yeah.
I personally, I feel Misty Step and not risk exhaustion.
Oh.
But if we're, I don't see why we should push ourselves that hard.
So Windwalk until it's time to camp? Is that the general consensus?
I suppose.
All right.
Well, we could keep
Sorry.
going and get there quicker, because we need to, find these people and do this stuff, right?
Yes.
Yes, but we don't want to risk you overexerting yourself, because then you're gonna push yourself a bit too hard and you're gonna eventually need rest.
Well, yeah, I will.
We're not.
Well, it's important, to get there, do stuff as quick as we can, right?
But we see how we feel in a few hours of windwalking. Do you guys want to take a short rest beforehand or no? Basically, that would be for Elevorn to recover her wild shape, but that's up to you, Elevorn. It's an hour further into the day, but that's your choice.
Well, if we rest for an hour, then we can decide how far we want to go today. So, everybody think about it for a while, maybe, if that sounds okay.
Okay. I just don't want you to push yourself too hard either.
So you all rest. At the end of the hour, Elevorn casts Windwalk, and again, Demetrius, the rest of you, your body takes on this mist form, and you begin to zoom much quicker, maybe like 4 or 5 times faster than the large dinosaur was able to travel. You all, as these currents of air rush northward, following this main road, occasionally swooping low and hovering in place in front of one of these signs just to make sure you're on the correct path, and continuing on. As the afternoon turns to evening, you guys do begin to feel, especially you, Elevorn, a bit of the exhaustion, but nothing too strenuous. What, more than the exhaustion, what begins to impede you is the fog, much like the previous night, that begins to set in and obfuscate your vision to the point where if you travel at too much of a height, you lose sight of the road. And even traveling closer to the road, it begins to, at such a speed, you find yourself when the road like sort of breaks off, occasionally having to double back and recorrect course. But as the sun begins to set, the fog does seem to dense up a bit. It seems like the further north you go, the denser this like evening fog becomes. It's quite a bit more than what you had experienced the previous night. But I need everyone to go ahead and make a perception check, please.
Really?
With disadvantage as you are traveling very fast. And it's foggy.
Yeah, I'm not seeing shit again. Stop making me
You're
roll
just
this.
everything you can just to keep track of the other currents to keep up.
It's an 18.
18?
Unnatural 20.
With a disadvantage, wow.
Yeah.
Unnatural 20.
Wow, everyone's good at seeing stuff, I guess, except for Neri. But that's to be expected.
That will never happen.
It's not the most important perception check of the game yet, so of course not. Era?
12.
12, not bad. But the only ones that are able to spot something are Elevorn, Durand, and Demetrius. You see the form of a large creature, still maybe 50 feet off the side of the road, but as you're flying closer down, you can see that it is some form of felled beast. You can see the grass around it through the fog as much as you can see. As you kind of get a little bit closer, at first it was just a silhouette, but getting closer, you can see just splatterings of blood around it. Continue on.
I'm gonna go check it out.
All right. So, as mist, you just go and kind of hover around and check it out closer.
Yeah.
Okay. As you get closer, you can see that it looks like an oryx. And it looks like it's been, from the wounds, like clawed and bitten to death.
Oh no.
But oddly enough, that's it. It doesn't seem like whatever did this took the time to actually consume the kill. It's just a kill.
This is not right. I'm gonna turn back into an elf.
Okay, after a minute, you turn back into your elf form. The rest of you see this.
I'm gonna like hold my pendant and be like, just kind of like speak with animals, but I can't see any animals. So like,
Yeah.
What happened?
Nothing comes to respond.
Can
So do the rest of you take the time to turn back into humanoid forms?
Yep.
yeah,
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. So you're all about 50 feet off of the road near the corpse of this oryx. Your vision is limited at this point to maybe about 25-30 feet due to the fog.
can I intermingle a spell with her spell?
Yeah, it's actually happened before.
So she's casting speak with animals. Can I cast speak with dead?
You can. And a very familiar situation for you, Elevorn, happens as this oryx's the jaw kind of just slacks and shifts and with a crack opens as an unnatural intake of air.
What? I'm just kind of looking at Demetrius for a moment, and then I'm like, what happened to you?
Wolves. It was the wolf.
It has been a while. How many questions do I have?
I think you have 3 questions. Is that right, Demetrius? Or how many questions? 3 or 5?
I think it's like 3, yeah, or maybe 5.
5 questions. So 4 more.
Were they normal wolves?
Ravenous. Not like I've seen a younger madness.
Have you seen it in other animals?
No, just the wolves.
Is there anything I can do for you?
I heard. We're not too far from this place. If you could, I ask, find these wolves. Kill them.
Which way did they go?
All around. They make their homes here and north of here. And with that, the body lays still again. It's temporary animation ended.
Some kind of sick wolves did this. Thank you, Demetrius.
Well,
Yeah, not the normal wolves. They didn't eat. It's why I stopped, you know.
uh,
There's something wrong with the wolves here. They're just killing things to kill them.
I don't know much about animals, but I suppose that doesn't sound right, yeah.
Left unchecked, they could kill people. They could already kill people. Wolves could, but like if unaware travelers, But wolves like this could be really dangerous.
Are there any trash flying around?
Sorry, what was that?
What's
Are
up?
there any tracks?
Go ahead and make a survival check, Demetrius.
That 20, 25.
25. Yes. You can see the tracks of the large RX beast that had led to this point. You can also see the smaller, lighter steps of what seem to be wolf prints that have approached and it seems like kind of circled and spread out in all directions from this place. The ground itself is kind of mucky a bit, so these tracks stick. And following some of them, you end up back towards the main road, where they continue off and follow along in other directions, either crossing it or walking along it, where you pick up another set of tracks. These ones more humanoid footfalls that lead further north, and they seem relatively recent.
Can I point these out to the group? I don't really want to take point on this.
Okay. So the tracks are pointed out to the rest of you.
So there's a set of humanoid tracks and
A few, but yes. And you can see it looks like
uh,
grooves in there as if like pulling a cart or something.
If it's fresh, I say we trail it
But again,
with caution, of course.
yes. Visibility here is, even for those of you with dark vision, as the fog doesn't give a fuck about your dark vision. Vision here is limited to about 25 to 30 feet.
Like as fuck. But Neri
well.
is on board following the tracks anyways, I guess.
Okay. So, you guys follow the tracks.
Wait.
Hmm?
I'd like to take the opportunity to cast Mage Armor just in case. Thank you. That's
for
it.
You have mage armor up.
Oh, so out of character, I'm actually not feeling too well.
Okay, we'll wrap up soon. You guys continue following the tracks. Who's taking point?
I'll do it.
All right. Dadan takes point, and following the tracks, it's very easy once Demetrius has pointed them out, as they are, like I said, relatively fresh. The ground here is kind of mucky, so the footprints stick and preserve well enough. And as you continue, Dadan, you come across a body. like a traveler, stealth sword, maybe a merchant, some sort of traveler. But on the side of the road, dead, wearing leathers and his blade at his side. You had spotted it because as you kind of came within 25-30 feet, you could see a light on the ground. And you walk up, and next to him, maybe 10 feet away, is a still burning torch.
Uh, yeah, I don't imagine. I doubt with anything. They're dead for sure, confirmed. Like I can't help them.
Yeah, they're dead. Reaching down, make a medicine check. And they're obviously dead, but
Unnatural 20. My God, man, watch my rolls in
ow.
combat be ass.
What are you talking about, combat? So the torches, the torch that's still lit, as well as the body that still has some lingering warmth to it, is happened at most a few hours ago, probably more recent. You guys all take a look around. Nedadian, decent at investigation, you can actually see a trail of blood leading off, but it's a little strange. It's not like droplets of blood as of someone fleeing, but more a trail of blood as if they have been dragged. And it continues off.
Guys, there's this trail of blood over here. It's quite a lot.
On from your vantage in the opposite direction, you can see through the fog a flickering of dancing fire, a campfire, still lit, off in this direction.
It's gonna sneak off.
You're gonna follow the trail of blood?
Yes, sneaky off.
Go ahead and make a stealth check. Nerdion follows the trail of blood.
That's 32.
32.
Yeah, because it was a natural 20.
Oh, plus 4. Nice. So following it, again, it looks like it smears over the muck, the mud, and the grass. Like this body has been dragged from wherever it was the person had been killed to this point. And sneaking up, you find another corpse, similar to the one that Duran had found. Seemingly somebody who has been trained. Sure, armored in simple leathers, but the shield they carried, the sword, it seems like this is somebody who knew their way around a blade.
I'm a bit wary of things because if the corpse is kind of fresh, then.
I know that you're wary, but still near it, examining it. You hear slight rustling of grass, and
Yeah, I'm taking out my daggers.
as you can see, coming from these ruins, as if lurking in wait, is a large, gnarled black wolf, foaming at the mouth, and a bit of sort of vile green mucus dripping from the nostrils as it bares its teeth and lunges at you. And that is where we'll pick up next week.
What have you done to Booch?
Oh,
What have you done to Booch? How dare you?
Oi.
How? I mean, the fog is thick, yeah. So can the others see me even?
No, you snuck off. They're all focused on this, and Neri's just gone. You're like, hey guys, there's, and then with the fog.
Oh boy. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna hop off. So
All right, good night.
Night.
Good night.
Good night.
alright. See you guys.
See ya. Oh. Guess it's just us now. Wow, everyone left in a hurry.
Yeah. Well, you know, the late.